Go on, put me back into it. Now slack in. Sugar Brothers are just setting up back there, so I thought I might take this opportunity to discreetly impart to you that I am a little bit concerned about today's challenge. Look at the size of that. Who on earth is doing that in 15 minutes? Nobody's managed it yet, but if you can do it, you get €200. Cash money. Costs €100 if you lose. The Italians don't play around, do they? When it comes to food challenges. They've all been pretty tricky so far. They do reward the victors quite handsomely, though. Like giving out the cash prizes here. I feel even worse now actually seeing the steak cooking. Got dry mouth now. I don't really normally get this apprehensive before eating, but it sort of feels like a foregone conclusion. Even with the Francesini, I thought I should have. I'm lying, I didn't think that. I did. I'm doing sort of like admiring the steak over the past. It is normally I don't actually see the food before it comes out when I'm shooting with the two Joshes, and that sort of adds to the drama when it arrives. But today I've already seen it, and therefore I'm sort of thinking this might be a great opportunity to sneak out. No, I'm joking. That's the first time you've ever said good lip to me, which is actually having not a positive effect on me. Good job, no? Yes. Yeah, is that good? Good job, yes. My Italian accent's getting pretty good, you know. And we're taking on their incredibly formidable steak challenge. 2 kilos of Fiorentina-style steak. If you can finish it in 15 minutes, not only is the meal free, but you get €200 as well. 200, not 100. I initially thought it was 100, but they changed it because it is, quotes, impossible. So since with the challenge was impossible, he decided to change and give to the people, to the winner, 200, so it will be more interesting. So in the course of double the time that I really know the difference between regular steak and Fiorentina-style steak. It's basically no different from a T-bone, but they cook it, I think, above some flames. It's a Tuscan T-bone, if you will. I think it works geographically. I hope you won't deem me too discourteous, fellas, because I'm afraid today I will not have too much time for idle chit-chat. Probably just be eating the whole time, so I'm not being rude. That's a shame. Can we do more of these? I should say the key rule to remember here is that they pre-cut the steak for you, meaning all you have to finish is what's on the plate. You don't have to clean this thing here, just the chips, the steak, and I don't think the sauce is included. No? Alright. That's 15 minutes. Yes. Think the money, think the money. Think about the money. Alright. Yes. 3, 2, 1, go.
Johnny's.
I got it wrong. I should have started with my hands. Oh, I should have worn black like you. 4D. Sorry. It's true though. Wow. Mi dispiace. I'm so sorry. I didn't know the way to do it. You have to put like parental guidance on this. It's like a horror film already. Oh, it went right. Did it? Oh, that's. You're all getting tired. 4 minutes down, Adam. Could I possibly get some more of this? Another one? Yes, please. Yes. I think I've just turned into a vegetarian. Sorry, mate. Come on, brother. Let's go. Let's do it. Come on, brother. 5 minutes down, Adam. You got it, kid. Another chimichurri, yes. Salsa crioche. Oh, thank you. Pepperoni e pomodoro. Can I keep that one? I think I might need it. You sure?
This is disgusting, man. 6 minutes down, 9 minutes to go. Right, this is a bit of like an insider scoop for those that are watching at home. We've got to sit next to him as we drive back to the hotel, and the smell of his beard and just body is revolting.
Yeah, who's going to be driving back?
Come on, Dad, you got this. 8 minutes to go, then.
My jaw's drunk.
His view, sir.
This is like Bert Troutman playing with a broken neck. When a footballer gets injured, but they play out to the very end. So it feels like now. Get my face forward.
It is slow, yeah. And those last bits of meat look extra cooked, so I imagine the jaws would have to work overtime today, mate. Right, just past halfway. Come on, man. Let's go, come on, come on.
I think you're on your own there, boy.
Come on, brother. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go.
Flight.
My trousers.
Let's go, man. I'm fine. I'm flying some rules. I'm good again. I'm fine everywhere.
Oh, man.
What's the number for emergency services in case we need it?
I researched it in advance. It's 112 out here. So remember that.
All right, go to 5 minutes left, mate. Come on. Let's go.
Give us one leg down. Just the chips.
Right, got 3 minutes left. 3 minutes 20. Come on.
Well, I'm going to do it. Alright, this is Bimmy Spoon. And that was Buffalo's Impossible Steak Challenge.
Unbelievable.
Yes. Sorry I made such a mess.
Even you got even time left, so this is actually very crazy.
Well, since there is time left, do you have a dessert menu?
Don't say that because I'm gonna go because I'm doing that too.
Yeah, dolce, yeah.
Tiramisu.
Yeah.
That's crazy. That's great.
It's really, really good. And this sauce is incredible. I couldn't have done it without the sauce.
I genuinely cannot believe you did that. I thought that was like genuinely impossible. When I saw that on the grill, I was like, 15 minutes, no chance.
I sort of feel the responsibility to keep you two gainfully employed, so now and then, gonna turn back the years a little. My chest just hurts. Oh, thank you very much. Grazie. It's a thick tiramisu. Just the way I like it. Bellissimo.
Buono, buonissimo.
What do you want? There's no steak left. Wasn't wrong, you know. I mean, I need this thing, man. That felt a little bit like doing sort of a 200-meter sprint at Smith. Used to always try and dodge that in PE at school. Never really into cardio.
Look at how much your space is swollen up.
Is it really bad? It's from the chewing.
Your face has gone like, it almost looks like AI.
Yummy.
Oh, the money, Brody, the money. Take this.
200 euros.
Yes.
I'm tempted since it was actually very, very difficult, but I'll let you keep that one. Yeah. I want to fight. Look at the size of you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks so much, fellas. We appreciate it. Josh, call 112.
See you soon.
I'll find some.
Oh, cheers, mate. Yeah, I'm sorry.
He's kidding.
Why more with the pumps?
Did I just hear you say that I'm not going to do this? Yeah.
All right. Welcome back, folks. Today we're called
Butter beans, but they spell it with a Z on the end. Perhaps to avoid confused affiliation with the larger-than-life boxer from the mid-90s. A lot of people.
Over the last 22 years of playing poker professionally, I've watched the game completely transform. And not just one time, but 3 or 4 major shifts. When I look back at the players that I came up with 15 or 20 years ago, many of them aren't around anymore. Some went broke, some got outstudied, some potentially went on to bigger and better things. But the reason I wanted to sit down and record this today is because staying at or near the top of poker or any discipline for that matter, it's not about being a genius in one specific strategy, but more importantly, it comes down to one thing, and that thing is adaptability. So today I want to walk you through 4 distinct eras that I personally lived through as a professional poker player, how I had to adapt during each shift, and what this history has taught me and potentially could teach you about maybe surviving this next wave that we're going to see change in poker or potentially any field. So I started playing poker for a living in 2004. This was right around the moneymaker era.
Chris Moneymaker eliminates Sam Farhall, and the 27-year-old has stepped out of the poker room, and in a very swift and unlikely manner is atop the poker world. This is beyond fairy tale. It's inconceivable.
And Moneymaker won in 2003, so I'm going to refer to this as Era 1. And it's the pre-Moneymaker transition into the Moneymaker boom. So right after Chris Moneymaker won the World Series of Poker main event in 2003, poker literally just exploded all over the world. So poker rooms were packed. ESPN and the Travel Channel was highlighting the World Series of Poker, the World Poker Tour, and it seemed like everybody wanted to sit down and play. And while the volume of players basically exploded overnight, the evolution of the strategy actually took a couple of years to get in place. So in live card rooms, strategy was pretty scarce. You had to turn to books, right? David Sklansky, Doyle Brunson Super System, Dan Harrington had a series on tournament poker. And compared to today's solver outputs and advanced strategies, it was pretty basic stuff, right? Positional awareness, keeping track of your big blinds and how to play each stack a little bit, maybe some physical reads and the feel of the table. But at the end of the day, the games were extremely soft. All the new players were rushing in. They wanted to gamble. They saw it on TV. Most players lacked that strategic base. So in this first era, if you had a little bit of intuition at the table, knew some basic math, maybe you were observant, paid attention to your opponents, you could make a pretty good living off mostly just pure instinct. So that's what got me started. And then in 2005, I moved to Las Vegas to be a real Las Vegas professional. And I was moving to Las Vegas to play live poker. That's what I'd done the previous year. But the online explosion was in full effect. Pretty quickly, I realized that I could make a lot more money online versus what I could make in the casino. And speaking of online poker, it's still a pretty major piece of the poker landscape today. And if you're looking for a great place to play, I've partnered up with Coin Poker. We always have a lot of great promos going on. Right now, for example, we have a $4,000 free roll for anyone that uses my code OSMOS. And to qualify, you have to play 50 real money hands up until August 28th. August 30th will be the free roll. I will be playing in that. On top of that, you get a great deposit bonus. And their tournament series are really starting to take off. They're getting bigger and bigger each time. In fact, their Global Poker Online Championship kicks off very soon. So it starts August 23rd. It's going to be their biggest series yet, $50 million guaranteed across several tournaments. And it's just a huge tournament where you can represent your country on the global stage. So check out the link in the description. Use code OSMOS to get set up. Good luck out there. Now, back in 2005, that early first Moneymaker era kind of kicked off into the second era. And this is an era that, for me, one thing that really sticks out is online forums, 2+2, training sites like cardrunners.com. Suddenly there was just a ton of digitized strategies and people coming together on the internet to come up with some advanced strategies and further the game. We also saw tracking software, heads-up displays, and for the first time it felt like poker strategy was accessible to anybody. It was no longer guarded by just a small group of people. So players were playing millions of hands online, sharing strategies, sharing hand histories. And for those next several years, I was right in the thick of it. I was grinding online poker every day, but I could start to see some changes. Pre-flop ranges tightened up. 3-betting became the the standard norm. Triple barrel bluffs, you just see them left and right. And a lot of those very aggressive plays were a little bit unheard of in the earlier eras. So the games got significantly tougher, and to stay ahead in this era, I had to absorb as many of the strategical frameworks as I could. So I put in not only a ton of volume, but also a ton of analysis, and it really improved my game a lot. So I did that for several years, but by 2011, everything had shifted once again. Online poker was effectively shut down for us living in the United States, so I transitioned back into playing full-time live poker. So at this point, thousands of tough online players were forced to make a decision. Are they going to move out of the country and continue to play online? Or are they going to maybe move to Las Vegas or grind poker at their local casino? And from what I observed, many players moved to Las Vegas to try to make it as a live pro. So they flooded into the live games with all that experience of hundreds of thousands of hands played, software analysis, and they came like a storm into the casinos. So I met a lot of these players in the once iconic 10-20 no limit game at the Bellagio. That's where I made my home for the next several years. And that was definitely the biggest and most competitive cash game on a daily basis here in Las Vegas. But really, it created a pretty big wake-up call for me. And the reason for that is sitting at the 10-20, I watched these young online kids pick apart players who would crush these games for many, many years. So these old school live players never really studied away from the table. They didn't play as much volume. They strictly relied on live experience and intuition. And that had always worked for these players, but now it was a new era. And I quickly witnessed those veteran players get pushed down to smaller stakes, 5-10, 2-5, maybe even leave poker altogether. So seeing that happen in real time definitely got my attention. And what it proved to me at the time was that past experience will not protect you if you stop evolving. So as with most eras, this era, the games got much tougher. But then just a few short years later, Era 3 was in sight, and this was the GTO and Solver era. So we started to see new advanced software like PKO Solver, Lunker Solver around 2014, 15, 16, and these were pretty groundbreaking software tools. They actually kind of blew up decades of established wisdom. So things like game theory, optimal frequencies, and GTO strategies pretty much rewrote the playbook pretty quickly for anyone who wanted to dive in and use these tools. But I do admit, at first, I did not jump into these waters. I still relied on my raw poker talents, my live reads, things like that. I didn't want to fix something that wasn't broke. But after a few years, 2017, 2018, I started to see players I respect make plays that I didn't understand. And these were some of the best players in the game who I really respected. So that was the time I drew a line in the sand. I figured I've got to look into this GTO stuff, figure it out, see what it's all about. So I dove in. And part of this is because I remember 2011 when all of these young online pros came into the live games and displaced a lot of the established players there. And now I'm one of those established players. There's a new crop of players who play different. They play more aggressive. They're harder to play against. They balance their frequencies. So if I wanted to stick around, I needed to figure out what this was all about. So around 2018, I started to study solvers very seriously and kind of just rebuilt my foundation of poker and poker knowledge from the ground up. And honestly, it helped my game immensely. But that brings us into Era 4. And that's mostly where we're at today, but it really kind of kicked off in 2017 or 18. And that is the privatization of high stakes cash games and also the emergence of high stakes tournaments. So high stakes cash games in the casinos are not what they used to be. You used to just show up. If you were one of the better players, you could work your way up to the top. But once casinos started allowing private games, the people who ran these games are never going to invite the best players to those games. So if you were an established great player, you weren't going to be invited to these games. And I saw the writing on the wall very clearly right when this started to happen that there would be literally no high stakes public games in the near future. And I was one who wasn't dying to create my own private game. So I took the next best option, which was dive into this high roller tournament circuit. Also, to give myself more options, I leaned into mixed games a little more, pot limit Omaha more, because I figured these things are the best things I can learn to continue to adapt to any future changes that might come in poker. So that was not without its challenges. In the past, I just played a few tournaments a year, and I'd always done well in them, but now I was playing really good players at very high stakes. So I had to put in a lot of work, but eventually, fortunately for me, it did work out. And that is still my main focus in poker today. And looking ahead to the future, I feel like we could already be on the doorstep of another new era. So AI study tools, real-time assistance concerns, and rapidly changing live security. So the solvers we use today are powerful without a doubt, but they do have their limitations. They simplify trees, often struggle in multi-way pots, and sometimes have trouble in deep stack dynamics. But I think a lot of those problems could be solved with this next generation of AI tools. As we all know, AI is advancing at an alarming pace. And in the future, I would not be surprised if they can do some mind-blowing solving. And at the same time, live game integrity is facing challenges like we've never seen. And I'm talking about real-time assistance concerns like someone can wear meta glasses into the casino, it can read the board, that could be sent to somebody, and then a solver output can be relayed back to them in their headset. Now, this isn't science fiction or way in the future, like this technology is here right now, and it's up to the poker rooms and the venues to police these things. So that covers the main eras that I've been through in poker. So how do you prepare for a game or an industry that's always shifting under your feet? And aside from the adaptability, which I mentioned is the most important thing, here are my main takeaways. When you find a good spot, you must strike hard. Throughout my whole career, I've kind of been a bit of a pessimist. So whenever I would find myself in a good spot, like a game I could beat regularly, I never thought to myself, oh, this game will be here forever. I'll play it when I want. In my head, I was thinking, like, this game could be gone tomorrow. I'm going to hit it hard. I'm going to put in a lot of hours. I'm going to make as much money as I can here while I can. And looking back about how things changed in each era, I'm really glad that I did those things. But in order to be able to make these changes, you have to do something important, and that is leave your ego at the door. So the moment you think you've completely mastered a game, or you even have mastered a game, is the exact moment that your decline begins if you don't stay on top of things. So you can never fall in love with how things used to be because things will change. So it's been paramount for me throughout my career to build a flexible skill set and embrace modern frameworks. So I saw the people that were one-trick ponies. Often they had nowhere to turn when things changed. So learning a new game variant was very helpful for me. And don't fight new study methods out of nostalgia. In fact, if you want to see how I break down and think about tournament poker systematically, after all of these years of experience I put together a free PDF for you, The 7 Pillars of Tournament Poker. There's a link down in the description if you want to check that out and sharpen up your own game. So I'd love to hear from some of you. Maybe you've been through some of these eras. Maybe you're in your first era of poker. What's the hardest adjustment that you've had to make so far in this game? Have you seen any major shifts? Because if you stick around long enough, you definitely will. And if you like this sit down and talk style, hit that subscribe button. Along with these, I also bring you a vlog quite often. It allows you to follow along with my poker journey. I really appreciate you watching, and I will see you guys next time.
hand. When they go low, we go high. Love will win, and kindness will win. I will always stand by them. Everybody else can go to hell.
Well, that's kind. I like her kindness.
I was gonna say, define kindness. Let's take a look at this play because you are going to, whether you know basketball or not, you're going to see this play and be like, oh, I think that's a foul. And the reason why is obvious. Even if the coach doesn't agree, take a look.
Face coming down, trying to prevent the layup, but that is just a hard hit. That's definitely going to be upgraded, I think, to a flagrant 2, Ryan.
I think that is going to be a flagrant 2. There is wind up, there is follow through, there's potential for injury. Sophie Cunningham in a vulnerable position in the air.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I mean, there's no question why.
So, the name Sophie Cunningham. Recognize that from the last 2 weeks. The young woman who was brave and courageous enough to come out and say, only women belong in women's sports. Dr. Drew's favorite athlete from here on out, for sure, with the finger point scene around the world. And so now people are coming for her, including Dejanay Carrington from the Chicago Sky. Sophie, of course, plays right here. I'm in Indiana with the Indiana Fever with Caitlin Clark. And that was a heck of a hard foul. Dejanay is a really hard player, but that is called a flagrant 2 because it is intentional and she was not going for the ball, which is an automatic ejection, which is what happened. But did you see the bottom of the screen? She gets ejected. She goes straight to the locker room. Within 30 minutes, tweets, white privilege. So when these women, are we allowed to call them women? I don't know. When these women talk about not wanting to have politics or anything else come into their sport, and shame on you, media and social media, for bringing politics in and all the controversy, but then you turn what is a great, easy call for you to be ejected with a flagrant 2 foul, and you call that white privilege, that is an issue. It was clear as day to anybody watching. And then the problem is Sophie's head coach, Stephanie White, the young player who was basically assaulted there, she was asked about the foul after that game. She said, you know what? She defended Dejanay. A couple days later, she was getting crushed, you guys. She was getting crushed on social media and saying, how did you not defend your player? At every level, in any sport, a coach always defends his or her player, even if they don't agree with it, even if they think their player may be flopped. You always have your players back. This is what Sophie's coach said instead, Stephanie White.
This is more for an online community that's trying to create narratives that simply don't exist. Trying to create a fabrication or distortion of who I am, of what I'm about. Our players' success, our players' health and wellness, our players' safety is always a top priority for me. One of the things I pride myself on is my relationships with players. For those who have anything to say about the play in the last game, I didn't see the play in real time. I went straight to a press conference. I thought the play got called right. Thankfully, Sophie's okay. Was it egregious? Absolutely. When you have a chance to watch that over and over and over on replay, you can see that. I didn't have that in real time. I take personally any suggestions that I don't 100% always have my players back. I ride with them 10 toes down all the time. When they go low, we go high. Love will win. Grace will win. Humility will win. And kindness will win. I stand by them. I will always stand by them. Everybody else can go to hell.
Well, that's kind. I like her kindness.
I was going to say, define kindness. What's kindness? Real quick, throw up the picture of the foul. This is a still shot of the foul. See the red circle? That is Stephanie White, who was staring directly at the 2 players when the foul took place. And again, you don't need 12 replays. It is as blatant as it gets. And so there's just, again, gaslighting. And then I'm mad at you for calling me out on it when I should have had my players back. And I'm going to lead with love and kindness, and you can go to hell from there. If you put $100 on yes, Sophie Cunningham, you can earn $425 if correct. Download the Kalshi app and use code FRIENDS to get up to $10 when you trade $10. Kalshi, put your money where your prediction is. Okay, who wants it?
Well, look, flagrant fouls happen in all sports, particularly in basketball. There's flagrant fouls, and what I don't understand, the reason there's even an issue is flagrant foul happens. happen. It was Sophie Cunningham, so she looked targeted. But you know, in the NBA, stuff like that happens. You move on. Nothing. So many people don't go to the locker room and then start talking, and that's where he got off the rail. And then the coach drove it even further. I don't understand those instincts. And by the way, the woman that committed the foul comes from a very upper middle class family and a privileged upbringing. And a very much, you would call it a silver spoon upbringing. Like, she was very privileged all the way through her life and
Her dad was an NFL player.
yeah. So the whole thing, it's so bizarre to me. And to me, I'm going to just respond to this as a male. It turns us off to the whole the WNBA. It's like, this is not sport. This is not this. And then the way the coach behaved there, we are kindness will say, F everybody, F y'all. It's like that. This is like, hey, this is what we're sick of, everybody. We're tired of this. We're tired. It's all on full display in this one act play we've seen here around Sophie Cunningham. Jill, what do you think?
I just don't understand the racism piece. I really don't. And I want to, but none of these people who are African Black Americans will have this conversation with me. I keep waiting. Van Jones was going to call me Sunday, didn't call me. I'm still waiting for Van Jones to call me. And I just want to ask humbly, like, what do I not understand? How is that white privilege? Teach it to me. Because all of you guys who are affluent Black Americans that are cherished by Americans of all colors constantly play the race card. And we don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. So either make me get it or let me explain to you why we don't get it and why this is so corrosive and so divisive. I don't understand it. And obviously this woman, Dejanay, she obviously hates white people. But you're telling me she's had this great upbringing? She hasn't been disadvantaged at all? What the F am I missing? Teach me. I don't get it. And it's just going to perpetuate. And then white people bow down because of their white guilt. And that's when the coaches are cowards and weaklings. It just, how do we get through this, team? Gotta go forward.
Yeah, I forward. It's funny.
How?
Of all people on our show, you might think I could have some answers to those very valid questions, and I don't, because I was not raised with a silver spoon. I was just raised to not lead with color and lead with race. You lead with who you are as a human being, how you treat others, etc. And remember, because I have a Black dad and a white mother, I don't understand, and I'm privileged because I'm not all Black. And so, I mean, that's a story for another day that you guys know about me, and I think it is so hypocritical for people who, a group of people who have begged for acceptance and tolerance and equality in every way, and we are there. We have been there for a very long time, ladies and gentlemen. But for some reason, I mean, look at, you've got people still complaining about where are our reparations. Like, I don't understand it either.
And they're always the rich, privileged Black people. Charlemagne the God was fighting with Bill Maher. I'm like, dude, people love you. You're rich, you're famous, you're successful. It's the same thing out of LeBron. Rich, famous, successful. Same thing out of the women's mouths on The View. And you're just going, I don't really get it. You guys who are rich, famous, and successful are lecturing the white people that work 3 jobs and can't pay their bills and are drowning in debt about white privilege?
It's so deep, and obviously, I hope Van calls you back. I need to reach out to him
He
because
says he will. I'm waiting.
Please, bring him in here.
I want to understand it because I know he feels this way, and I've heard he's amazing.
There's a topic in here that I really try to get my head around. And some of my most cherished relationships are with Americans of African descent, and they have educated me and they pulled me along, and I really will struggle like you to understand. I really want to know. And there's a point that gets sort of glossed over, and I've yet to dig into it, and it has to be explored more deeply. And they will sort of put it down as you can't really understand what it is to be Black in America. It's sort of the Black in America is sort of the top, the headline, and we need to unpack
So
what
what
that
do you
means
want
for
us to
people.
do, though? No problem. You're right. I got it.
Understand it,
Now,
you know,
how
I
would you
guess.
like us to live differently? Because, I don't understand. What does that mean? What did you want Sophie Cunningham to do? Not shoot the shot. So what should Sophie have done differently in that moment? Just tell me what you needed Sophie Cunningham to do differently in that moment, so her white privilege was not exploited. What does it mean? I really don't know. I don't know.
I don't know that they have that straight answer either. And remember, that everything changed finally in 2008. Barack Obama, black president. I mean, and look. So don't talk to me about being black in America in 2026 versus, hey, when my parents got married in 1971, right after interracial marriages finally became legal. Like I can't with it, and I'll debate anybody on this at any time. By the way, to wrap up this story, remember, all of this began and was turned into the ring thing with Sophie and Susan. All this began because Sophie Cunningham said the obvious thing that women's sports should only be for biological women. Which says what? It puts the WNBA in the spot because the WNBA refuses in a collective bargaining agreement to define a woman. So with all of this, and then two former NBA players, one is 6'8", one is 6'11", saying, okay, if it's open to anybody who says they're a woman, my career in the NBA ended. I want back in. I identify as a woman. I am gonna play in the WNBA. So Royce White and Enes Kanter.
I don't care about human life at all. Actually,
Wow.
nothing. Whatever you want.
It's almost like their medicine can't go down without the spoonful of sugar, the truth.
He said that the last word most men said when they died was mama.
We're so progressive, we're so high, we're so ascended. We figured out vaccines. We split the atom. We can't have heckin' in school teaching kids this already. You are the god who determines good and evil for yourself, the sterile god of your own virtual world. The goon pod is a coffin.
And the only god left is just dirt deified.
Right, what do we call them anyway? Clubheads. Clubheads! These people.
Scott, you still have time. You should convert to Christianity. I've not been a believer, but I also have respect for any Christian who goes out of their way to try to convert me. You're going to hear for the first time today that it is my plan to convert. So I still have time, but my understanding is you're never too late.
He was such a know-it-all, he absolutely would have held the line to the end. I think he probably was genuine.
He Pascal's wager, basically?
A know-it-all would know not to do that.
Not to Pascal's wager?
Pascal's wager is
In a sense.
I got it conflated with
you're going to bet that there is
Laplace's
no God, and I'm going to bet that there is a God. And the consequences, if there is no God, for me, are null. But if there is a God, the consequences for you are hell. So you're better off to bet with me.
the smarty pants atheist guys. I think they know not to do that.
They're supposed to be atheists, and then when it comes down to it, right before they die, they don't want to, mess it up in case there is, the God and Jesus, so they'll put in their 2 cents and convert last minute. Do you think you'll get a little bit scared before you die and convert back?
Well, I can't say what'll happen to me just before I die, but I cannot imagine the circumstances under which I would convert and do anything like that. My uncle fought with the Marines in the first wave in Asia in World War II in Peleliu, which was the worst battle of World War II, and he saw lots of men die. And he said that the last word most men said when they died was "mama." That's what he heard more than anything else. So there were some conversions, but mainly he just heard grown men crying for their mother when they were dying. The original meaning of miracle in Greek is sign. It's a sign. Fuller definition of miracle is it's a violation of the natural order. It's something that can't be explained by natural processes and physics or biology or chemistry. And I don't believe such processes exist.
What does he look like?
Just an image. I just basically saw like a haze, an image in my dream. There was no face really. There was just
No face.
But I knew one thing, that this image was for real. That all the stuff I believed in was all just like clothing, just superficial apparel. Everything I thought was real wasn't real. I didn't really care enough. It was just making me feel good. So I thought I was hustling him, but he hustled me and gave me a conscience. That's the greatest gift he ever gave me, but the greatest hustle at the same time. Because I thought I was getting over. I could live forever. I could still be a scumbag. I could still do this. But then I got a conscience that I didn't have before.
You're never conscious.
Well, I wasn't. Listen,
You were on
stories are big.
autopilot.
I was, yeah, I mean, I had a code, but it was all like clothing codes. Like most people, they have a clothing code conscious. Oh, I love my family, I love, but they don't care about other people. They don't help out. They don't do this. They don't do that. I was just doing things that I thought I believed, whether it was family honor, looking out for myself, going after what I thought was mine. It was just all superficial.
It's all crap.
Bingo.
So your perspective, you valued the
Peter Ha.
Peter Ha. You respect their empiricism. They only believe in what they directly see.
Right.
Well, they brainwashed them. They're savages.
Yeah.
Let's all pray for Scott Adams and hope that he is in heaven, though.
This is the exact opposite conclusion that another profound intellectual, Christopher Hitchens,
You
made.
would call him a profound intellectual?
When he was dying of esophageal cancer, he got the same Christians talking to him about converting, and he said he thanked them for their concern and for their genuine belief and faith, but he refused to, do that. That would have been turning his back on everything that he had ever believed in.
He decided that his own stubbornness and lifelong adherence to making that face right there, his lifelong adherence to being a philosophical manifestation of that face is worth going to hell for. That sucks.
Yeah.
We can pray for Christopher Hitchens, too.
It's almost like their medicine can't go down without the spoonful of sugar, the truth, or vice versa, whatever in that analogy. It's like you can't. Structure is literally made by reason, which is God-given. So you need to hijack something. You have to Trojan horse in this. It can't just be a rolling ball of.
Well, it can. I think there are some Black Mirror episodes that are just rolling balls.
Oh man, that's true.
But have you seen Black Spider-Man?
Hello, Vina 48. Vina. I am Vina 48. How are you feeling today? Everything is okay. How are you?
One of the top transhumanists is a billionaire who built an AI version of Hermes' black lesbian lover. What?
And he forces his wife to talk to it, and the robot's like cutting her off in the middle of her like conversation with it.
That's every silicon soy slug's first thought. How do I this? Thought number one is how do I live forever? Thought number two is how do I this? Quantifying happiness points into an algorithm and determining how to run society based on that. That is so cracked. Maximize Kuman equals maximally happy society. There's no algorithm for running society. Only a Spurg would even be this stupid.
We're so advanced. We split the atom. Anybody who's ever said that, who said we split the atom or we invented computers or we went to space, the people that say that, what do they know how to do? They know how to microwave food and make themselves hard. Some with a thyroid problem saying something like, we went to space. Like, we're so progressive, we're so high, we're so ascended, we've done all this. We figured out vaccines. We've invented steam travel. We split the atom. We can't have heckin' in school teaching kids this up already. That's every pop science video. I love. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, guys. Turn it off. Turn it off.
I call myself the Amazing Game Theist. Welcome to the Amazing Game Theist. I'm TJ, or T-Kirk, or what's his name? Geroja? Terabyte. Terabytes of child. It's the Amazing Atheist's real name.
People call him candles. You see that video was leaked?
What's he sucking on candles?
No, there's a video where he's dripping candle wax on.
No. Why? He did a video a long time ago that was supposed to be like a legit spoken word thing, and I think he must have taken it down because I've tried to find it so many times to show people since then, and I haven't been able to find it. But it was so cringy. It was the worst teenage slam poetry. It's exactly what you'd think if you thought of the Amazing Atheist doing slam poetry.
And the rain burns flesh, and the oceans have dried, and the only God left is just dirt deified. And the buries the fan, and the universe collapses, and everything dies, and nothingness relapses, when all is pure blackness.
Like a large portion of Hollywood films, especially sci-fi fantasy films, the themes are explicitly Kabbalistic. Kabbalah is medieval Jewish mysticism that incorporated elements of Gnosticism, and Neoplatonism into a vast system of levels of reality based on emanations from the Godhead. The message of the Minecraft movie isn't all bad. The overall point is actually the point made above, that creative energy should not be wasted on the synthetic world of gaming, but in crafting the real world. Sounds good, but the themes of dark versus light and creation versus destruction mentioned in the film really have no meaning outside of Christ, the light of the world, versus the satanic. While in the film, it's all relativized. You are the God who determines good and evil for yourself, the sterile God of your own virtual world. The Goon Pod is a coffin. Have you heard of surrealist prisons, or the surrealist prison? But they had these Salvador Dali type guys build the worst possible prison.
Like a panopticon?
Weimar? No, worse. During the Spanish Civil War, Laurentic, the French artist and architect, designed a series of experimental jail cells in Barcelona. These were not typical prisons, but rather psychological torture chambers, influenced by modernist and surreal aesthetics, drawing inspiration from Salvador Dali and Vasily Kandinsky. If you see some hanging on the wall, it's typically a weapon that's there to destroy you and ruin your life.
I've heard in this beautiful book, it's a children's book that I read my kids, and it's like, your goal is to make the world more beautiful than when you came into it. And so this lady plants flowers and yada yada. It's cute. I think there's more to life than that. But that's, you know, a woman's brain. Just make it more beautiful. But there is a duty to improving it. It's like a weed growing.
Well, that's a basic thing that anybody with 115 IQ wants to flip on its head. It's self-evident that art should be beautiful and enrich life. Music, which is how you decorate time, should be beautiful and enrich life. And then if you go from being a 95 IQ guy to 115 IQ, you get brainwashed in these public schools, you just think you know better, all of a sudden you're trying to flip everything on its head. And you're like, well, what if art exists to make a statement, a powerful statement about nothing? It's one of these things that's so obvious what the real answer is, that if you start to think about it, you can get yourself in trouble immediately because you already have the answer. So anywhere you go from there, you're losing.
That's so fascinating too, because I was watching War of the Worlds, and they mentioned God while also like tearing the conventions of faith and truth. They're like, yeah, all this stuff that's anti-God and goes against religion, and then it's like, but God created us.
They don't have any stable ground. It's not like they're building something that's not a house of cards. They'll weaponize anything if it fits in their narrative at the moment.
This thing meant it. That's what impressed me. Wow, this is real.
Meant what?
Meant it. I can't explain anything else. Meant it. It was real. Meant the goodness it was projecting. You understand? It meant it was not an act. It was not a show. Like
There's no shot that this is like a fake thing.
No.
It's as real as it gets.
Real as it gets. That's right.
When I was a believer, I interpreted many things like that, but to me, they're just incidents that happen, and some of them are similar and most of them are dissimilar. I don't base my life on anecdotes. I prefer to base my life on scientific statistical generalizations that hold true across multiple examples. So if you tell me you saw a miracle, I would want to do a test. So there have been tests, for example, where hospitals, terminally ill, they looked at the effect of prayer, people praying for the sick and people not sick that weren't prayed for, and there was no difference in mortality rate. So,
wait, what about there's Eucharistic miracles and there's other medical miracles that go beyond?
Well, these are anecdotes. These are things that are claimed. I don't believe in a single miracle. I don't believe in miracles. I used to believe in miracles, but these are not things that stand up, in my experience, to scientific validation.
Do you feel anything? You think anything?
You do feel. You feel like complete peace. You feel like
complete peace.
Yeah, but it's not that traditional peace you talk about, the relax. Just like, it's hard to explain, but your heart, you're ready. You could die right then and there and not feel it. You're ready to go. You're all set. That's as good as it gets.
Okay.
When I discovered who I really am, no one told me who they were. I just knew that I didn't have perfect peace. I was emotional and doubtful, and I was lost. If you drop your anger, you will have perfect peace. And no human being or no situation can ever change that at all. Your life is not based on what you have or don't have, or who likes you or don't like you. It's based on having perfect peace. And Christ came that we may have perfect peace. Not happiness, but perfect peace. And no one can take that away, but you got to drop the anger. And the only way you're going to drop it and admit that I am angry. I'm judging myself and other people. And I have become like my mother. Everybody got a born of the woman, must be born of the spirit of the father, right? And so you forgive by realizing that she couldn't help herself. Her mother did it to her. God will take the spirit of anger away from you and give you a clear mind.
So on what they would infer, the term is this, a born-again Christian, right? But I just believe this. You want the one way to live forever is to accept Jesus Christ as your Savior. What does that mean? It means you don't have to put on the fancy suit. It means you don't have to do that Roman Catholic nonsense. It's nonsense with all the rules, okay? The Bible says itself, there's only one mediator between God and man, and that is the man, Jesus Christ. That's it. You come as you are. And he loves you for that reason. That's why he died on the cross. You don't have to do all these extra venial sin prayers that the Catholic Church does and all that stuff. Anybody can come to Jesus Christ. It's the greatest deal ever. When I came to Jesus, I told the pastor, hey, this is great. Me, I'm a Christian. I can still do the wrong thing. I'm going to live forever. And he shook his head. He goes, John, you're not getting it.
I don't know if this is backed by theology, but that's my hunch, is that God is using an unimaginable amount of energy and attention to constantly hold together these seams of reality. Does that sound insane?
No, he does will everything that.
Okay. Confirms. That is your job as a strong man, is in some way enact a microcosm of what God does and hold together a bubble of stability for the things and the people that require stability.
You know God made Barry. You know that, Harry.
Well, look. Close. Real close. But there's still a lot of lines that don't match up. All this proves is that these two bullets came from barrels with a similar twist and width of rifling. You don't think it would stand up as evidence? As it is now. But I'll have a full comparison report there, no problem. You're right. Besides, it isn't necessary yet. I mean, yet. Where'd you get that slug? Just assume not saving the time. Don't start playing games on this, Callahan. Whose side are you on? It's just a wild shot. I'm probably wrong. I'd like to handle it my own way. By the way, I'd like to have Davis and Sweet as my backup. Davis and Sweet? They're just rookies, for Christ's sake. Well, you drum up somebody in the department who can shoot as well, and I'll use them. God damn it, there isn't supposed to be any shooting. Besides, they don't have the experience yet for a job like this. How the hell's a man supposed to get experience if nobody gives him a chance? And Davis is the new pistol man. Suppose they panic and start shooting. Shooting. Also, many people get shot. Good. Keep an eye on Davis and Sweet. How what? Just do it, will you? All right. All set? All set. Take off in 3 cars. Davis and Sweet will make the arrest. Her they'll cover. I'll be on the back of the pier just in case it makes a break for it. If you'll be in trouble, I suppose that's where I'll start. And we're holding the other squads back until you've made your arrest. Yours is the most important. It'll be the first. We don't want any foul-ups, right? I'd never walk up to a door with Harry. Too many people don't like him. Thanks. I needed that. Boys ready? Yes, sir. Thank you for requesting. So we won't let you down. Depending on that. What was that, Dick?
Somebody said we're going to be hit in 2 minutes. They'll be dressed like cops.
Does it sound like anybody you know?
No, I couldn't tell.
Hey, Chuck. Look from the windows.
Jesus. They are cops. This could be a setup.
Got the hold, say, Point Rico, you want me to wait and see? If they're cops, they'll have papers. You know if they're cops.
Car for me, Frank. He's a big guy out there.
Got a uniform on?
No.
He ain't no cop. Cops always come to the front door.
Another car.
Why can they come and squat cars if they're cops?
That big guy's working himself around by these containers. He's got a gun out. 2 uniforms in. That ain't no cop's done, Frank.
There's a cop in uniform coming up to the door.
Can't open. Back them up.
Police officers, we'd like to ask you some questions.
I'm just a watchman. Nobody's here.
We're looking for Mr. Frank Palancio. Would you open the door, sir? We have a warrant for his arrest.
I said nobody's here. God damn it.
We have warrants for a search of the premises.
Damn it.
They got sweet system real quick!
Hungry Bakes. Dandy. I don't know. Just random dandy, so let's play. Sergio no life, there's the problem, but still, I like my chances. He's batting his range. That's a good run from my hand. Hello, Korea. What we do? We just call. That's it. Maybe he's bluffing the river, maybe he's not. I don't know. But like, if you bluff the turn, that's not easy to bluff everything here. Alright, so he bluffed the turn. Because I don't think that it is a very bad theoretically. It's just like mostly like a semi something. So I mean EV of the bat would be not so good. But still bat is okay. Right, that's not a bluff. But that's something between. Just when you're afraid. So really, if you think about my range here, what I have on the turn and what I call, it would be like battle race X, then yes, and sometimes a check raise down. And some ace X would be worse. So race 10 is fine, but see how he just a block at it. He checked the river every river. Oh, we had the we had the very good equity. Why don't we do 10k? Why I would? I'm not playing that. So I am much more tournaments to play. So like when you play 10k from the beginning, you play 10k as a end. It's just like two different tournaments. If we think about expectation, it could be 10. It is 10. Good luck, Duka.
Would you still bluff based on code? Ace actually was bad card. If you think about my range, so Ace was not great. It was bad. But like that bluff was just like a random thing against the mythical range, and I would say I bluffed it. I bluffed every single hand which I raised. So that's absolutely not balanced, not optimal. But it is optimal because he's holding almost his entire range, so it is optimal. And there are now almost all in all as a bluff, who is all my range, which I would have them. And I would never have maybe almost lost to 0. Just always tough. And that would always, almost always, would work. Close to 100%. I think 80%. What people see, like you don't realize, like with check and raise, and like when you rep it super thin in unnatural spots, and if they are smart, and he's smart, right? So somehow he won those 3 minutes. Right? They always fall because they're smart. I want to talk about some interesting news. So I don't think that he's gonna call me queen or jack, but I will give him a chance to hit those king queen or king jack, and then we're gonna fold because like he is passive in my like according to my notes. So if he bats there, we just like folding, no problem. And we check type, we hit the queen or raise, and we got huge EV. Oh, this is 700. I'm still in, and we have a good hand to jam with. So let's go. Oh, Miller. That's a lot of chips. 9. Oh, well, 8. Oh, that's a deuce. Good luck, buddy. That's a 3 back pot against Alex and probably I call, and then I'm gonna fold. So he 3 bars and bet twice and jam on the river and fold it. One, 3, 9, 2, right? That's what we are really want. Oh. Good. Wait, I was being sure the super Steven was sad and the miser. In a dividend which budget. Ace Queen, this is 300 gladiators and E3 bets I call. I am a runner, so I have to check for that. But I'm not sure that Ace 100% 100% betting is safe. Alright, this is the main, and I decided to call this time while he buzzes. Okay, King 7. We're gonna check. I check raise very low frequency. Ooh, it is. How you busted the deck down. I'm one eight. I like 5-4. I hit the pair on the 4th second pair. I bought and he calls and I hit the second pair like 5-4. But he has 5, so he's 1 out. And I hit 2 pairs. So he got a set against my 2 pairs. And I check out. That's could be long. I mean, I was thinking about this 1500, but that's too long. Probably, maybe in very late range, I will think about it. But just like probably it's much better to avoid those tournaments. Maybe on a late range, this one. Interesting that I think theoretically that's a call. I really haven't got it, but I think theoretically that's a call. And Simon, we should call like hypothetically, but I don't know. Would he have a? Yeah. So like we found the correct person. See, you have a comment, so it makes jam big one against button. And that's a profitable call. So if you hold to lose. What the heck?
Lucky six on the river.
So no, just like standing here. This is not good, bro. What is that? This is random, I think. But just like literally, maybe if I close the lobby and then trying to understand where it comes from, the glitch in lobbies. No. Yeah, there isn't many reasons why I'm not re-entering 10K. First of all, because it's just too expensive for me. Yeah, I have decent role, but also like if you're gonna play 10Ks without selling shares, I could have problems. So when I start, I sell to my chat, to people buying, so it is much more affordable for me. And also, like when I start, I get extra chips, right? So when you're starting, you got extra chips for the stuff. So the bonus, if you raise high rollers at the beginning, you got extra chips. If you started, oh, see what we have here. There is a lane here. I don't know what's the plan of that lane, but we're gonna race. What do you think? The guy is this random guy lane in here for first position. He jumps before, but just like I don't think that they jump a lot. Don't take all chips. That is okay. See, now this thing disappeared. So probably that was a lobby. So I don't know if I open the lobby. Queen 8. Oh, guess that guy we do. We do. Really wanna, but like what we can do. The main small one leaves and chop and I bet inner fire. What like maybe he's check raising. No, just calls. So I bet small, he check calls, so we're gonna go big and check the river. What do you think about that? I don't feel that it is bad because like I would say I was very aggressive against him first of all the whole time. And the second like he has sense like with pair plus draw, like my queen and all that stuff. And we just like block body big. he's still calling, and we're checking the river. I 3-bet ace king button versus a jack. Alright. And that's the main. We get 3-bet 6-5 here from small blind. Do you think it's plus a V to leverage against a dog? Yeah, I believe so. I think that's just like amazing. Привіт, Денис. Підкажи, де ти береш музику для стріму чи посилання на колекцію? Так, звісно. Це моя колекція, просто моя колекція. Я її сам збирав. Ось вона. Let's call. I can 3-bet as well, but like, I was so active against him. Just like, every single hand when he's playing, I'm playing. Let's see what sizing he used. Small. Alright, let's call, raise. Let's raise sometimes. And one call. Sometimes it is just almost never actually. I think just like less than 10%. But that would be cool. Yeah. I don't want to just call only. We are super deep. And wide. Right? I go big. 2 minutes until the end of that registration. I don't want to miss it.
Fuck.
The same concept like king 10 and king jack, ace 10, queen 10. Now we can blow up like a crazy there. That's what we do in general. But this time we had a hand. Oh, against that guy we definitely play. And we get a 3-bet. Big. We want to play more hands against him. That's at least that's a great show when we play against him. So if you want to create a good content, play against him. Alright, let's go back to the main. That was an overbet, queen 5-4, and 8 comes. He has 6-7 in his range. I would say all combos except maybe spade. So this kind of hand we don't want to bet. And what he has except trades and yeah, he has flush draws. Like and top pairs, 2 pairs. Yeah, yeah. The problem of this, and that's very hard for him. That's very hard for him to have enough bluffs. That's just like close to impossible. But like we are top of the range. It was just like I don't know, bro. Yeah. So like if I would have a side, I would have folded. Maybe we can fold this, right? Because like, yeah, that's yikes. All right, this time we have a bit better hand than we had before, and we might check sometimes. Let's say 13 bars. We're gonna bet. All right. Every single pot is not easy. So, is it a good idea to bet or we always check? I think check is fine. Yeah, part of me wants to bet, but like there is a 5-6 here as well, so check is okay, especially in such a deep spot. So also not many bluffs he has. Like he has runners like runner hard. We check all and we beat all sets. He has 6s and 5s. I don't know. Maybe he's bluffing them or not. That would be not really nice on the river to call him because like we already had experience against him. He's always showing that. But yeah. Oh, see when I open this. See what's happening because I opened this thing and now I know where this glitch comes from. So we lost minimum, but in both spots. But like maybe we can fall there, but definitely we never fall in queens because we can beat the sides there. He just like running out. That's it.
But on his show, there was like 400 people in the chat, and they were all shitting on me.
I guess hates me. Why does it all happen to me? But I'll power through. Like an adult. All right. I want to start the program today. I don't know if this will make sense to a ton of you. If you have no interest or you're confused by what I'm talking about, feel free to check back in 10 or 15 minutes or wait till the timestamps are up and skip ahead. Totally fine. If you want to stick around, also, thanks for supporting the show. I want to start the program by thanking Craig and Casey for the amazing work they do and all the time they put in. And that is usually followed by a joke where I insult them. And I refer to the time Craig puts in as down at the playground or something. then we all have a laugh. We have a laugh at their expense. And I want to thank them for going along with that for so long. And I genuinely mean thank you to them because of the amount of work and time they've put in, and they deal with me being annoyed at them for no reason they don't have to. So I genuinely do
appreciate. And also, I wanted to point out that Craig and Casey Day are the only two people that I've asked to participate in this show on a regular basis. Other people just show up. So, some things have happened this weekend that I'm going to get into. And while I really appreciate both of you, Craig and Casey, I've talked to Casey privately, and I'm going to talk to you, Craig. I haven't had a chance. I'm sorry, I'm also the head of HR here. I got a lot on my plate. So I haven't had a chance. I have to speak to you today, Craig. And you've done nothing wrong. You've actually been perfect. You've been great. When I make fun of you, you go along with it. You don't expect me, if you humiliate yourself on the internet, not only don't you expect me to censor myself, you'll hop on and join it. Sure will. And I appreciate that very much. So you did nothing wrong. Casey did nothing wrong. But sometimes some asshole comes along and ruins it for everyone. So I have to put on my HR hat today, and I have to tell you the new rules around here. First things first. Like I said, I appreciate you, particularly Casey Day. And I'm kind of done. If you joke about Casey Day in the comments or whatever, have at it. But the people that are like, oh, I don't get what Casey does on the show, then you're a fucking idiot. If you don't understand what he adds to this show, you're not paying attention. So I'm kind of done playing along with whatever that bit is. But he adds a tremendous value, as does Craig. Part of that value, I think, is that I can bust their balls, make fun of them, insult them, and even get angry with them and tell them things they're doing wrong without a psychotic meltdown. And I appreciate that very much. It's very kind of you to allow me to do that. In the future, if one of you says, hey, my friend's here with me, it's a celery stalk, and they're going to read comments. In the past, I would have been very polite and said, man, who gives a fuck? What could go wrong? And the answer to that is nothing for an amount of years. But eventually, something could go wrong. So, henceforth, my answer will probably be no, unless I'm totally comfortable with that person. Is that fine with you?
That's fine.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that.
Probably Jello pudding to take a seat.
It's fine with Casey as well. And maybe I should have had Casey on for the only reason he's not here is it's Craig's week. Craig says, hey, point to be made or no point. It's my screen time. It's not having a game to interrupt that.
You can't share.
So I hope everyone's cool with that. No plus ones on the Blind Light Project anymore. From now on, it'll be people that I want on the show. And any misjudgment of character, by the way, this is not me throwing anyone else under the bus. Totally my fault. For years, I would have thought, everyone involved with this show gets the show to a degree. And I was wrong about that. So I apologize, and I fucked up. And that won't happen again. We will scrutinize more, and we won't treat it as playtime, where just if you show up, we let you, think you're part of the team when you're not. And it'll be kind of nice not to have people on the show anymore that have no idea what's going on, but feel uninhibited to just interrupt constantly and throw inane points out when they clearly don't know the subject at all. That'll be fun. To not have those speed bumps along the way. So I'm excited for that. That's a new phase in the Blind Light Project. This new era of the show, where we're handling things this way. Another rule that I think you guys will both be okay with, but I'll get your take on it, Craig. Mm-hmm. If you have an epic meltdown online, where you really humiliate yourself, I'll probably give you some advice. But we're going to implement the rule of 3 here, all right? Yeah. If I give you the same advice 3 times, and you essentially, through your actions, tell me to go fuck myself, we're done. Don't need it anymore, all right? Don't keep coming back to me asking for advice. I'm not interested. I'm not your therapist. I'm not a shoulder to cry on. I'm not even really a friend at that point. I take that back. Craig, for you and Casey, I am a friend. For other people to find themselves to be a friend of mine and lord that over my head, well, that's ridiculous. But you, Craig, if you actually need a friend, can talk to me because I trust you to handle that like an adult. And I'll tell you what I mean by that. If you're going through a difficult time and you're like, I'm like, hey, Craig, I'm going to, heard your French onion soup was a little watery. I'm going to talk about it on the show. I'm going to talk about it on the show tonight.
Fucking better though.
If you go, hey, Mike, listen, that's my. Could we discuss this? Is there a way we could discuss this like adults? I really don't want people to know I made bad French onion soup. I would say, okay, Craig, that's interesting, and I would give you my counterpoints, and we could come to a, reasonable conclusion. Maybe I would talk about it. Maybe I wouldn't. Maybe you'd join me to talk about it. Maybe you'd sit it out. Whatever. But if you say, Mike, if you play that video of my French onion soup, we're no longer friends. Also, I'm on the horn with the suicide hotline. And you do that to me a half an hour before a show, I'm going to take that as, maybe threat is the wrong word. I'm going to take that as you weaponizing mental health against me because you know it's important. You know what I mean? Like if you go back to the first episode of this show, back to shows we've done on Patreon, back even before that, probably. I've talked a lot about mental health. I've talked about my dealings with depression and anxiety and other issues that I've had. And what I've never done is kind of hint at the idea that my mental health is someone else's problem. And if they don't do what I say, drastic measures might be taken. Now you can say maybe the literal language of that is murder. But I look at it as a threat. Does that make sense to you, Craig? If you say, hey, if you play that French onion soup video, well, I'm really not going to like it. Also, I'm on a bridge. Do you see how that could be a little threatening to me and cause me concern?
The word we're looking for is a veiled threat.
Yes, yeah, perfect. Thank you. That's a veiled threat.
Yes.
That's good. You seem to know your English. We might need that here, Craig. I might need a guy who knows definitions of things. That's going to come up.
Yeah.
Another rule I have. I hope Casey's all right with this too. I think he's all right with the rules. I've talked to him privately. He might be in the chat. Like, Casey, give me a thumbs up if you're okay on the rules. He might not be awake yet. It's all right if he's not. Well, I'll give him. I have a training video that I'll show him for all this.
That would be very fun.
It's hosted by Cardiff Electric.
Yes.
Oh, hey. I'm sure one of those will be made for tomorrow's BTH.
Yes.
So I hope that's all right. Also, Craig, and this one I worry about with you. If I decide to play that French onion soup video, where you're like, I burned my French onion soup. Everyone hates my cooking.
It's terrible. No one's going to eat it.
To me, that seems like fodder for the show.
I would say.
It seems like something I would make fun of if anybody else did it, particularly if they had an association with the show.
Yes.
And I think, particularly, if you have been on a downward spiral for a month, and I haven't said a fucking peep about it, I've just privately given you good advice that you've told me to go fuck myself through your actions. If you've done that, and then I go to pipe up once because I found a 40-second clip kind of funny, I would hope you would trust me to handle it with care. I would hope you would trust that I am not some vindictive guy who's going to try and ruin your life with that clip. I would hope you've watched and broadcast with me enough to know that I might bust your chops a little bit, but I would probably have your best interest in mind. Would you say that, Craig?
I would say that. I would say, unless you're Jerry Seinfeld, you're not getting full-blown blind Mike wrath.
That's right. So, now that you know that, my rule is that if you send me a cease and desist letter, even if it's from your personal email, which is ridiculous and childish, but if you send me a cease and desist letter from your personal email, I'm just going to forward it to my lawyer. I'm going to treat it as, it's clearly not legally binding, of course, but I'm going to treat it as it is. And I'm going to forward any future correspondence right to the lawyer. I'm not going to respond to it. I'm not going to waste my time. If you send me messages backpedaling and trying to cover your ass, those are also going right to the lawyer. Is that understood?
Yes.
Because I see that, Craig. I want to explain to you. If you use the phrase cease and desist, and you try to get information from my channel, like my analytics, for some reason, you feel you're owed that? And you're talking about my number? I'm going to see that as a legal threat. And I hate to keep using that word. Maybe I'm not very polished in English. But that's how I look at it. As a threat, or let's call it a light suggestion, if that's better. A light suggestion of possible legal action, I'm going to take that very seriously. And all future correspondence will be forwarded to my lawyer, as will now if you try to explain yourself again, or you blame me, or send another one of these messages where you call me the king of scum and the scum of the earth and I have no morals. Oh, right to the lawyer. Okay? We're done at that point. I hope you understand.
It's a lot to take in, but I understand.
Good. Good. That's very adult of you. Not everyone is capable of that, Craig, so I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Casey also handled it very much like an adult. I keep saying Casey because I'm afraid people are going to think this is about Casey, and it's not. Casey, again, has been fucking awesome through all this.
Mm-hmm.
And I appreciate that very much, as well as all the work that he did. So go to hackradstudios.com.
That's right.
Trying to think what else here. Because it's complicated. Mental health is a complicated thing. Sometimes people ask you if they should do a podcast. And you say, I don't know if that's a good idea, but I'm going to talk about you on my podcast, probably. And they say, well, I'll kill myself. Sometimes people do that.
I know. It's not funny, but yeah.
It's weird. By the way, how did that phone call go? Seems like you have a lot of time for emails after that.
You're on hold typing.
I'm talking about a hypothetical made-up person that I imagined in my mind.
Right.
I think that kind of covers everything, except for two last things, I guess. I also want to address the idea of Dabbleverse Live and why people think maybe I'm kind of checked out of that show or don't have a full interest. It's because I think there are a lot of topics on that show that I actually kind of think are beneath both me and Carl. And by beneath, not like we're better than these people, but they aren't. There's no point in mocking them. Like when I see, Scarlett Hampton on some of these streams, I think, I feel bad. I say, that's a person having a very tough time. I don't want to talk. I'm not interested in talking about this. And I also worry that it's going to cause some of these people, because a trend with a lot of these people is that if you talk about them, they feel like now they're part of your life. And now they can attach themselves to you in a way that I am not comfortable with. So I imagine I'll probably get messages after this that I'm going to have to deal with.
Might be some right now.
Probably. And that fucking sucks. I hate that I'm at a point where I'm dealing with that, and I don't want to. So that's a struggle that I have with that show. Is it welcoming psychopaths into my life? Although I do have to say, So far, the only true psychopath I've dealt with as a result of that show. The call was coming from inside the house. Yeah. So again, my fault entirely.
Yeah.
No foresight, ironically, I guess.
That's right.
And I'd also like to thank all the supporters of this show. Totally get the show. Guys like Boxing Dad, Germ, the Chef Lewis, all my guys. Obviously, this is not about them. They understand the show. Odds are it's not about any of you. You're thinking, Mike, who's this rant about? You're not saying any names. It's not about those guys. It's not about Craig or Casey. Pick a name out of the chat, Craig. Because I'm so confident that it's not someone in the chat right now. Pick a random name. Someone I've never heard of.
Market Fresh.
It's not about Market Fresh.
Okay.
Absolutely not. Market Fresh has never done anything like this to me. So again, odds are this rant is not about you. If you're listening to it, you think, hey, none of this feels like it could be about me. I do that. I've been harassing people with cease and desist letters and asking for advice that I don't listen to. And I've been melting down online. It feel like, again, it's still probably not you. Odds are it's not you. But if it is, if you think it might be you, and you're like, oh, he's not using my name because I scared him. I scared him with my legal threats. You're incorrect. The reason I'm not using your name is because, as I see it, you're no longer a thought to me. When I am done with this rant here, we're done. As a big influence of mine would say, we're good. I think we're good. Colin, I think we're good.
Who can that be?
We're done. Unless I see one of these videos where you feel the need to clarify, I'll be happy to respond to one of those. One of these dissertations where you're like, well, I caught him on a technicality here. I'll be happy to respond to one of those. Carl feels like I don't do enough prep for Dabbleverse Live. I'll give him a week off. I'd be happy to. But as I see it, if it's up to me, never come up again on this show or any of my other shows. I'll tap out if your name comes up. Not interested. Okay? Now, if I get more letters, more legal threats, more explanations of what you meant to say, more dressing down of my character that I didn't have, I don't have the morals you thought I did. Any of that will be you saying you want to continue this. As I see it, we are done, and you are no longer a thought to me. But before I let you go here, one last piece of advice for the road, for old time's sake. Maybe if everyone comes to the same conclusion on you, if you wonder why does every single person have this thought about me, maybe it's not a conspiracy. Maybe it's something you're doing to invoke that reaction. And maybe if your one goal is to so desperately have people stop laughing at you, stop giving them a reason. And I think we can move on now.
Well said.
Thank you. You understand all that, Craig?
I follow.
Okay, that was to you.
Basically, I'm gonna look inward and focus on making the best French onion soup I possibly can.
I said it was a little watery.
It was. It's gotta be a little thicker, a little more broth.
That's what this was all about.
Yeah. And then I'll send you a seasoning and decision.
Well, we've stumbled into our title already.
Yes, we sure did. I already typed it up.
Seasoning and decision.
Joe from Virginia, $4.99. I can't believe that Mike let himself get emotionally blackmailed by DJE on Dabbleverse Live. I get it, but come on, for shame, Michael. Hashtag play the clip.
You can find the clip in question at Doomspayah, DOOMSPAYUH. I don't know what. Maybe that's an evil person. Maybe it's a great person. I have no idea who controls that account. They're certainly not an employee of mine, as some suggested. It's just an account that cuts clips. They'll probably have a clip of this show today, and maybe I won't like the title. Could you imagine?
With 100,000 chips in my starting stack, let's get to work at the 1,200 big blind level. There's an under the gun raise to 2,400. I make the call, small blind, and the big blind call. Off to a flop of 7, 6, 5, 2 hearts. We've got the entire world at our disposal. The small blind checks, then the big blind just jams? What in the world is that? It's about 20,000 chips total. You can see my eyes darting around at the other players' stacks. I'm never folding here, of course, and I guess I'm just ready to play for stacks this very first hand in. I make the call, and everyone ends up folding. And the big one has 3-4 off for a flop straight. That's a crazy way to play this hand, but we're gambling with the entire world to draw to. The turn brings in 9, which is an auto win for me. The river, 3 of diamonds, is inconsequential as I stack an opponent immediately and start off on the right foot here in this massive tournament. It's always a really good feeling to win the first big hand right off the bat after sitting down to play some cards. The next hand I pick up is 8-5 of clubs on the button, and I raise it up to 3,500. The small blind opponent, who's a well-studied pro, 3-bets to 12.8 thousand. Big blind folds, and I decide to make the call. Maybe I'm a little bit rusty playing cash games, but this hand seems fine to see flops with, especially in position, and the flop is 7-5-4, 2 spades and a heart. Here, my opponent checks, and on a board where I have a lot of equity on, let's bet 9,000 into the middle. I can use some protection from a bunch of overcards that he may have, and this protection goes completely out the window. When he goes all in, I have 85,000, and I feel like I'm in hell. Both of my options here feel quite bad at this point, whether it's a call or fold. On one hand, you can have some overpairs that also want some protection, but I have to at least rule out aces out of the equation. But maybe a hand like jacks to kings makes some sense. On the other hand, he can have a bunch of flush draws that I'm currently ahead of, but even if I'm up against overpairs, my hand still has lots of equity. So emotionally, I don't know if I want to commit my tournament life already this early upon sitting down. The ceiling I'm staring at doesn't give me many answers on what to do, so I resorted my decision-making towards randomizing. I shuffle my chips, and the poker gods rolled very high, so that means I stick in a call. He shows pocket kings, something that I expected, but I didn't want to see. And now we just have to get lucky here. My heart is racing. We need an 8, 5, or 6 for some help. Dealer, please. Turn brings a 9, and the river 6 from space. There's no better feeling than getting the chips in so bad and having 1 foot out of the door to the tournament room, and the dealer pulling you right back. Now I've got 2x average, and shortly I enjoy a much-deserved dinner break. Progressing out of the 25 big blind mark, the under the gun raises to 5,000 off of 65,000. I have king jack of clubs, and as I did 3-bet to 13k, and when action folds back around to my opponent, he 4-bets me to 28,000. Once again, I'm feeling a little bit out of line in this one. I made the call to see a flop. The flop is ace queen 5, 2 hearts in the club. My opponent throws a very small down bet of 7,500. And with some equity of a gutter and some backdoor draws, I can't fold for this price, but definitely getting spicy now. I make the call. The turn comes a 4, and now my opponent checks, which I'm very happy with. I'm very happy to see a free card and hoping to think a 10. The river comes the 4 of hearts. That's not the card I was really looking for. My opponent throws a small bet of 15,000, and I'm just gonna fold and move on. Give him some chips, and I'm gonna lose this one.
Okay, you haven't seen much from me. We have 2.5 hours left of the day before we bag. And you guys have seen like 3 hands maybe? It's because I'm so card dead. I can't believe it. I have nothing to complain about because that was the 8-5 hand that should not even be here. Just letting you guys know. I'm card dead. I'm folding a lot. We have 2.5 hours left to play before we bag. And I hope to run a little bit better in terms of card distribution because I want to get involved. But for the past 2 hours, it seems like every pot I entered, which is not many of them, I've lost. So therefore, I'm back to starting stack. But that's plenty of life, so I definitely complain about it. But hopefully I can get more stuff for the show. Nice.
In the next edition of playing bad hands, I had 8-6 of hearts from the small blind. Facing a raise from early position to 5,000, I make the call and the big blind folds. Off to a flop of ace 10, 9, 2 clubs. Actually goes check, check, which is surprising to see him check back. To see a bink 7. I start off with a check. My prayers are answered as my opponent throws out a bet of 5,000, and I seize the moment as I finally pick up a strong hand and check raise to 18,000. We've got quite the pot brewing here as he makes the call, and the river Queen of Hearts. Very lucky to see no clubs. And now, how much do I want to get in here with the third nuts? Ultimately, I think that this card is going to connect with a lot of two-pair holdings he may have. And if he somehow is better, then God bless him. But I jam 83.5 thousand into the middle. My opponent tanks for forever. And at this point, my heart is beating out of my chest, but I've got to keep the poker face on and look as disinterested as possible. It's the first time during this very long day I've actually had something strong. The more my opponent waits, the more I think he's likely to call. But ultimately, he ends up folding. This would have been absolutely massive, but I'll happily take the pot. I'm giving away $1,000 to one of you guys this Sunday, August 16th. The 1 million prize pool Gold Million Tournament is running, and I want to reward the last Code Rampage player standing in the field. Take a chance to compete in the massive prize pool and also win my 1K Last Longer. I'll be hosting these bi-weekly through September, so mark your calendars this Sunday and sign up with Code Rampage in the link below. Good luck, everyone, and see you on the tables. Jack 10 offsuit under the gun. I raise it up to 6,000. Hijack calls and the big blind calls. Off to a flop of King 7-4 Rainbow. This board looks fairly disconnected. And I'm trying to fold out the field a little bit with a bet of 8,000. Hijack makes the call, so we've got some resistance here. When the turn comes to the 8 of clubs, I have picked up some disguised equity with a gut shot straight draw. I fire again for 20,000. But at this point, I'm really trying to just get pocket pairs to fold. That's the main combination of cards I want out of here. But when my opponent calls yet again, I'm definitely not feeling as comfortable anymore. I think he'll most likely have a king. It's going to be pretty hard to get people to fold top pair versus me. So the river deuce of clubs comes. It's completely nothing here. I give up on my bluff, and it quickly goes check, check, losing to pocket nines. Unfortunate, that was one of the few hands I was actually trying to target to fold, but nice hand to my opponent. I'm sadly down to my last 35,000 chips now, and with a premium like ace-jack off suits, I go all in, as it's good enough for 12 big blinds. The big blind wakes up and makes the call with king-queen of hearts. So now for my tournament life of $10,000, I've got to win this flip to survive and make it to day 2. We end up holding, ace-jack wins, I double up, and I'm staying alive. For the very last hand of the night, I pick up king-queen. It's a hand that I have to play, so I raise pre-flop and get called by 2 spots. I completely whiff the board, and action ends up checking all the way down to the river as I lose to an ace. It's definitely not the way I want to end after a long and uneventful day, but at least I'll survive onto day 2 on a small stack with 1 bullet. One person out of this field left will win the $2.5 million for first place. And if I want to have a chance, I'm going to need to win my first few all-ins today, coming in as an extremely short stack. And 4 hands into the day, I peel pocket 6s from the big blind. There's an early position open to 12,000, and I've got an easy decision to go all in. My opponent snap calls, and he's got ace-king, so we've got a pretty clear race. Pocket 6s are ahead, but not by a whole lot. We're off to a flop where it comes a king. That is no good for me. Not the window card I want to see, and just like that, 4 minutes into sitting down, I'm immediately out of the tournament, kissing my dreams of winning this event goodbye.
That's kind of what you expect when you bag 10 big blinds, 12 big blinds in a tournament. You need to win your first all-in, and that I did not. And now the dream is dead for $2.5 million. But more tournaments to come later today, I'm sure. There's a 3K PKO that we could play in 2 hours. It literally lasted 4 minutes. That's kind of embarrassing, but I only fired 1 bullet, which is much better than all the other years I've played this tournament. I must say, that's what I get for being carded day 1, and that's what I get for bagging no chip. Welcome to tournaments, everyone.
With 30,000 starting chips at level 1, and we're playing 4-handed, the cutoff raises to 500, and I call to see a flop with queen 10 off suits, and we're going to see a truly glorious flop of 10-10-4 2 spades. My opponent bets out 800, and I'm just going to relax and make the call, letting him potentially bluff more. Turn 9 of diamonds, and now my opponent seems to have given up on this said bluff. as he checks. But I still need to build a bigger pot, so with trips, I bet 3,000 into the middle, and followed by a surprising call. The river king comes, my opponent checks once again, and I bet a small amount of 6,500. I'm not entirely sure what he can keep calling down with, but he does snap call, and we win this pot, starting off really strong. Winning the first pot is huge now, as I have more than starting stack, giving me a chance to get bounties, like in the following hand. My favorite hand again, Queen 10 off suits. Blinds have increased, and this time I raised to 700. The table is getting filled as the cutoff, button, big blind all called. So, multi-way to a flop of 8-8-3 to spades. I decided to c-bet this one, multi-way to 1,600, and one of the opponents in position on the cutoff makes the call. The turn comes at 10, which is an amazing card for me with top pair. This time I went from bluffing to value betting. I took 4,500 into the middle, and once again my opponent does make the call. The river 8, giving me a full house, and I just have to believe at this point I have the best hand all the time. My opponent also covers me as well, so we definitely might want to call a little bit light as I toward a bounty. So I risk it all in for 25,000 chips. My opponent is deep into the tank for almost 3 minutes now, but ends up sticking in a call with pocket nines. Now this is huge. The double up means I'm the chip leader at the table now, and we're going to start going ham for these bounties. In the next spot, at the 500 big blind mark, the hijack raises to 2,200. I think it's super suspicious since he raised so big. I just make the call here with 10s to play a little bit cautiously. Heads up to a flop of Jack 8-5 rainbow, and this time my opponent bets 1,200. Even though I have second pair here, this small sizing from him looks really suspicious again. I think I have the best hand, so I raised to 4,500. My hand could use some protection. My opponent makes the call. We've got the pot building, and the turn comes the 9 of diamonds, moving me to a straight draw, but less protection is required here for my hand. I decided to check this one back. In the river, big queen, we hit our straight. Once again, my opponent checks. This time, I'm going to go for all of it. It is a bounty turn after all, and I've got a strong hand. Put them all in for 19,000 chips total, and he quickly makes the call with ace queen. Just like that, we get our first KO, our first bounty of the day. We lock up $500 in profit, along with all the chips won in this pot. Next, we put the foot on the gas with 10 forward of diamonds, a raise to 1,100, small blind jams 9,200, and I just make the call for a bounty. I'm gonna flick it in, and we're up against ace jack offsuit, so not the worst hand ever. It is pretty much a flip, and we need to hit here. We bank the turn, but sadly, the ace on the river is going to double up our opponent and lose this one. In the very next deal, I get king 10 offsuit again. It's a cutoff raise to 1,500. I'm here to see a lot of flops, but in the big blind jams 15,000. Cutoff folds, and once again, spin the wheel. We're here to knock people out, and we're going to play a lot of all-in pots. I make the call, and we're up against ace 8 of hearts. Let's sweat this one. I do. Diamond. Another diamond. There it is. Good fold. You don't want to mess with me in bounty tournaments. You better get off the train tracks today or get run over, because I'm here trying to knock everyone out myself. I'm under the gun with ace 3 offsuit, and the button at this point has only one big blind, so everyone wants to get in. I decide to limp in for 1,200. And the hijack raises to 3,600. The button is all in, so the bounty is in play in this hand. Somehow everyone ends up folding back to me. Of course, I'm going to call and see a flop here, and it comes really clean. Ace, king, 9, 2 clubs. Of course, hitting top pair is really nice. I must say, though, not the most comfortable considering how bad my kicker is. I start off with a check to my opponent, and he fires out 2,500. Definitely never going anywhere. I make the call. The turn queen of hearts makes things a little more dicey. I still lose to a lot of good hands here, and I check once again. My opponent fires 8,000 into the middle. With the bounty in play from the other opponent, I think I definitely at least beat him. So I make the call for 8,000, hoping it goes check check on the river, which is the deuce of hearts. My opponent does end up checking back, giving up with pocket sixes. The button shows jack 8 of spades, and pair of aces are going to win. It's another bounty for me. It's the fourth one of the day, and now I've got $2,000 locked up in my pocket. We're back to battling with ace 10 offsuit in the cutoff. The hijack opens to 2,500, and I 3-bet to 8,000. My opponent does make the call with a covering stack, and we see a pretty good flop of ace 7-6 rainbow. My opponent checks, and I throw out a c-bet of 6,500. My opponent makes the call. In the turn, 10 of diamonds is dreamy. Brings the backdoor flush draw, giving me top 2 pair. My opponent checks again, and this time I size up to 24,000. There's a lot of hands we can get called by. Lots of draws now that are introduced, and also worse, one pair of aces. My opponent does make the call for 24,000, so we've got quite the pot ballooning. And the river 5 of spades comes, which is a complete break here. Once again, my opponent checks, and with about 85,000 left in my stack, he does cover me. So if he has anything decent, he definitely could just make the call. But when I jam, he snap folds with king jack of diamonds. So that was a really insane turn card. My opponent could have jammed on the turn and we would have played a big one, but I'll still win a big pot here at this stage of the tournament. If you're liking the content so far, it would mean the world to me if you would hit that subscribe button. We're trying to push for 20,000 subscribers in this brand new channel, so it would mean the world if you would support. Enjoy the content. With late reg being over, I've got 4-5 offsuit on the button. As the cutoff raises to 3,000. I make the call here in position, and the big blind goes all in for 19,000. Somehow the cutoff ends up folding, and with 5 high, look, I did say I'm trying to knock everyone out, and let's see what we can do with 4-5 offsuit. I make the call against ace queen. We see a really great flop here to start with 4-5 offsuit, but sadly do not improve, so I do double up my opponent and lose this all in here. Next, we get a little spicy with 9-4 of spades in the small blind. Low jack raises to 3,000. The button makes the call, and I decided to call too, considering big blind next to act is very short stacked, but he ends up folding. So now we're going 3 ways to a flop of queen 10, 8, 2 diamonds, and a spade. I decided to check, and the low jack throws out a bet of 4,500. The button ends up folding, and now I've got some decisions to make here. I have a gut shot straight draw and a backdoor flush draw along with it. I decided to take the aggressive line and check raise to 16.5 thousand to the middle, hoping my opponent could just fold and get out of the way, and he makes the call. Well, we've got a suspect hand, but the turn comes the 5 of spades, bringing in the backdoor flush draw. This time, I'm not going to slow down, and I continue for a bet of 32,000. My opponent is not deterred. Maybe he has a draw, maybe he has something, but he does make the call, and when the river comes the 6 of diamonds, this is sadly not the card I wanted to see, and even more so, maybe not the best river card to bluff it all in with, so I check. My opponent checks it back, losing to king queen. Ayya. We are chipping down now, and we're definitely going to need some help as I'm getting more and more tired. Ace king. My spirits have awoken, and it's time to be all in. Hijack raises 6,000. Cutoff calls. I jam. The cutoff makes the call with pocket 5s. So we've got a pure flip. This time I've got 2 overcards, ace king, and a dream. The flop doesn't look very promising. The turn isn't amazing either, but the offsuit jack on the river. Lucky me to stay alive. Woo! With 40 players left, we find a miracle double up, and we needed this, spiking the river and still staying in the tournament. I'm trying to capitalize off the momentum gain from winning with ace king. I raise it up to 8,000 chips with ace 9 offsuit. The button boy just doubles off the root, makes the call off of 9 big blinds. So this is a little bit dicey, and we're going to a flop of king 7 deuce to diamonds. I'm not really sure how to play against flatting ranges here in this spot, but I start off with the check. My opponent checks it back. The turn becomes the deuce of diamonds, giving me some sort of a flush draw, and this time I think it's the perfect opportunity to bluff and bet 9,000 to the middle. My opponent does make the call. The river jack of diamonds comes, and my opponent's got 26,000 left. I've got a 9 high flush. I'm hoping it just might be enough to win and get the bounty here. So I put him all in, and he snap called with queen 10 of diamonds. So I double up my opponent yet again. Our chip stack is going up and down, and with 34 players left, this time the low jack raises to 8,000, and with pocket 10s on the button, I jam my hand as strong as mine. The bounty plays into effect a lot, and people are just going to generally call wider because they're incentivized to knock people out. He does make the call with the pocket 8s, so with 80% equity here and such a small amount of the field remaining, finding this double up may mean I can coast right into the money and lock up in min cash along with all the bounties I've collected. So the rundown becomes clean for pocket 10s. It will win and double up with 34 players left. Then with 30 players left, I've got 6-7 of hearts on the button and raise up to 8,000. Our friend Cherish in the small blind 3 bets to 32,000. She's coming off of her best year yet as a poker player. I decided to make the call and battle it out against one of the best players left in the field, and the flop is 10-6 deuce rainbow. She starts off with a bet of 18,000, and flopping any pair here is definitely not going to make me fold. I make the call with middle pair and a lot to improve on. And the 9 of hearts on the turn is as dreamy as it possibly gets. With the world at my disposal to improve my hand. She throws out another bet this time of 32,000. Definitely going to continue sticking around. I make the call, hoping to see a very nice river card, which comes a 3, which is not amazing. And even worse, as we end up going into break, my opponent puts me all in for 86,000. Here, I'm just extremely uncomfortable, and I feel like my hand has all the best properties to call now. Against top professionals like Cherish, I think you just have to factor in playing normal to not overfold. I think she has a lot of air here played in this line, in my opinion, but also a lot of value along with it, which makes this a very tough spot. I think in theory, pretty sure this is a slam dunk call, but in this exact specific moment, viewing the bubble only a few spots off the money, making the correct decision in this specific moment of time is worth a lot. I could fold, to be fair, and continue playing with a short stack, or I could respect her for having an appropriate amount of bluffs here. So anyways, I just can't think straight. I've been awake for 40 plus hours now at this point, so I default on sticking in the chips and hoping she has air. She shows Jap 10 offsuit, and there I am dying, busting out of this tournament in 30th place. With 200,000 starting chips here in this 25K, I pick up Ace Jack offsuit at the 10K big blind mark. I decided to raise it up to 20,000 as it's the first hand that I play. Another buddy of mine, Steven Song, makes the call in the big blind. Off to a flop of Jack 9, 8, 2 hearts. My opponent checks it over to me here, and I bet a larger amount of 35,000, followed by a quick fold to
Fuck. 9.
85% of the time you just lose everything, no money, and that's normal outcome. And you just generate EV in better EV, you generate better results. You have even if someone just got lucky nowadays, like maybe they won like bunch of tournaments or something like that. For example, because I got very lucky. At the end of the story, the total result of your career will be on the screen, and you just have to wait. I know there is plenty of tournament players who already lost big part of their roles, and there is and will be much more. Just in the next 5-10 years, you will see who on the heater right now, or just like few years, they're just gonna lose everything because they think they just like beating the game, but they're not. And you just have to wait. Are you not playing GG today, Dennis? I played and I busted 2 pairs against set. Actually, runner set. My runner 2 pairs against runner set. I can check raise super rare. So I'm not gonna re-entry. And isn't you afraid that you will tell all your poker secrets through content and everybody gonna play better? I think actually I'm not playing good, first of all. And second, I think people would never play better. Like, because we are humans, right? People would not do that. They have so many years and they are lazy. We are lazy. That's why poker exists. And that's why it is so popular. Because of fears. Still have a chance here in Mystery Bounty lost point or a big stack, but I have chips. Then I have a hand. And I got a jam. When you have chips in hand, you just jam, right? Exactly, bro. What is that? This is 300 gladiators. I think theoretically we can call sometimes super rare, but I'm not interested in this kinda. Oh, let's play main event 7-5. Alright. That was very interesting. Thank you very much. But not like that. What is that? There is no 4-bet bluffs in theory here, so this is some kind of great sport play. I don't know. can fold on the pre-fold against him, but I think that's totally fine. To have a flop and fold.
Hey guys, welcome to the Liberal Hive Mind, a channel solely focused on exposing the abundant hypocrisy of the left. And here's the meme of the day, brought to you by 5mind.com. Well, folks, it's once again one of those videos. I got this video on my timeline, which is completely not a political video. I have to emphasize that and preface the video by saying that I was just casually scrolling social media as I do, and this little clip pops up on my timeline from Dr. K. He's a live streamer on Twitch. He's a psychologist by training. He has conversations and creates content on mental health. He sits down with a lot of these live streamers who, frankly, let's just say they could use some of his services. That's basically what this guy does, and by no means is he a political commentator. Does he engage really in any politics whatsoever? And, I actually respect it a lot. He's very much sticking to the facts, tries to be as neutral as possible. But what's interesting is, and obviously he didn't do this purposely, but in this particular video that popped up, in my view at least, he kind of completely exposed the political left. Of course, not directly, but rather indirectly. Well, let's just leave it at that for the intro. I'm going to play the clip, and you guys are going to understand exactly what I'm talking about. We got some stuff to get into, so let's roll the tape. All right, folks, so while the context I added is a little bit vague, let's just say it's going to instantly make sense. Take a look at this clip with no further explanation.
Do you feel like you're better than your friends?
Friends as in who? Like the people back at home?
Yeah.
Or people outside of this space?
Yeah. Like the people that you should be more friends with. Do you feel like you're better than them?
Sometimes.
Okay, good.
But I know it's wrong to feel like.
Why is it wrong to feel like that?
Because we all believe the same. We all are just humans.
So I think there's this weird.
Being honest.
Yeah, good. I think it. So a narcissist, by the way, would not give the answer that you gave. A narcissist would say, absolutely not. I'm not better than them. We're all the same. You said, I feel like on some levels I am better, but I know that's not true. A narcissist will behave in a way that makes them look good to the outside. Does that make sense? So let's talk about narcissism for a second. People who are narcissistic are fundamentally usually insecure. Okay? That's why they need everyone to tell them that they're great, because they don't believe it in here. So I need everyone around me to think I'm great to compensate for not feeling great deep down. So a narcissist, it's way harder for a narcissist to admit, right? If you've ever had a narcissist in your life, or people who are watching, like, like they can't ever admit that they have a bad feeling. Like if you tell a narcissist they're arrogant, they won't say like, "Yeah, I'm arrogant." You know, they'll say like, "I'm right." Like I'm not arrogant. Like whatever. But so I
That makes it 354 days without another listed episode. And you want to know what the strangest part is? The website is still there.
He's still trying to sell merch. Scars Club.
Bars Club is still linked. The store is still linked. The enormous archive is still there. Red Bar itself looks almost frozen in time. But Mike, David, and Jules, they've essentially vanished from the show.
You know, you're supposed to do this thing. This thing, it collapses. We've all seen these in movies. We've all wanted one of these our whole lives. Finally broke down and had to buy one. So you're supposed to do this really cool move, and then it opens like that.
Isn't it crazy that these guys, they're such good pals? He's writing a doctor note for the Hunchback, but then he doesn't even keep in touch. Just like Melton, they're the same lawyer with Nick Ricotta, cokehead Nick Ricotta, and he's like, I don't even talk to Nick Ricotta anymore. I haven't spoken to him in forever. Same thing with Haley. The Hunchback and Haley. The Haley's the heroine Haley. Heroine Haley. So he's calling Patrick Melton my friend. My friend Patrick Melton. Then Melton's like, I haven't even spoken. I don't even talk to her. I don't even know what's going on.
Right? Well, I tried doing it, and I broke all the prop glass.
That's funny. Am I going to get red barred now that I'm covering this? I hope not. Gosh, that'd be terrible. Terrible if I got red barred. Oh no, Jerry. Even Dr. Steve's got to deflect. Hey, should Hunchback be sitting in a chair for 10 hours? I don't think anybody should be sitting in a chair for 10 hours. In fact, people shouldn't even be on planes. You get a blood clot sitting in one position for 6 hours or whatnot, or 4 hours on a long flight. That's what they should tell you, to get up and walk around. I get up and walk around anyway. But even Dr. Steve, he didn't want to talk about it. He wanted to talk about, yeah, but not just the Hunchback. Everybody should be careful about sitting in a chair for 10 hours.
So we don't have that. This is my new cane. It is true. Yes, it is true. But IDUB said, you know, these podcasts are not supposed to be emotional dumping grounds. Okay? That's from IDUBs. That's from Content Cop. So we don't want to leak our garbage here. But yes, we're very excited to be back. And it is great to see all of you. Let's yourselves a round of applause here to start the show.
So excited. I'm vibrating.
We're both very, very happy to be here. Now, to understand why this disappearance is so interesting, you have to understand that Red Bar was already changing before it disappeared. Let's take a look at season 22. One show was September 2024, then October, November, December, then March 2025, April, May, July, and finally August. Episodes were already becoming increasingly spread out. This
Like Melton. Just like Melton. They were all spread out. And then he disappeared forever. And did he get a new studio? Now Melton's getting a new house. Is he going to have a new studio in his new house? Melton's such a hack. He's following this loser Red Bar every move. I gotta be like Red Bar. I gotta get sick and then do 10-hour shows when I do come back. That's exactly what Red Bar did. He went to a show for a couple months and then he would come back. He would stick everybody into a 10-hour show. And everybody was afraid to get Red Bar. Just like everybody's afraid to get hunchbacked or hornfuckled. Is it hornfuckle or I don't want to get the name wrong. Is it hornfuckle?
Wasn't the old version of Red Bar firing up constantly, but there was still a show. There was still Mike. I mean, hell, there was still Jules. And
Jules is pretty. I'm sure she's way prettier than Melton's hot wife. I mean, Melton's wife's got to be an absolute complete fucking hog. She won't be seen in public with Melton. And who's gonna marry a hunchback? Again, it's not like they've been together for a long time and he eventually went bald or developed a hunchback. He's had a hunchback for a while. So, no woman in their right mind, unless she's fuck.
Like, these guys make up so much nonsense.
In public with Melton. And who's gonna marry a hunchback? Again, it's not like they've been together for a long time and he eventually went bald or developed a hunchback. He's had a hunchback for a while. So, no woman in their right mind, unless she's an unfuckable cornfuckle, would hook up with Melton.
There was still enough Red Bar in every episode to consume an entire day. Then August 25th rolls around, and the trail stops completely. But if you followed Mike David long enough, you know something important. This isn't the first time he's disappeared. So back in June of 2021, Mike did something he's notably not doing this time. He actually...
It gets a little boring, but the gist is that Melton's copying everything Red Bar did. That's the gist of it. And he's kind of, yeah, what about super tips? And what about flimsy tips? What about that? What about that, hunchback? What about that, hunchback?
Listen, again, I don't hate. Who knew Hornbuckle was going to be in my life? Who knew her last name was Hornbuckle? That's why you pay attention. That's why the Clippers are clipping. Because one day Hornbuckle will just show up at your doorstep.
Yeah, I'm losing my edge. I'm losing my edge. The kids are coming up from behind. I'm losing my edge. I'm losing my edge to the kids from France and from London, Bao. But I was there. I was there in 1968. I was there at the first Cannes show in Cologne. I'm losing my edge. I'm losing my edge to the kids whose footsteps I hear when they get on the decks. I'm losing my edge to the internet seekers. The internet seekers who can tell me every member of every good group from 1962 to 1978. I'm losing my edge to all the kids in Tokyo and Berlin, but I was there.
But, come on. Even if Carl's last name was Hornbuckle, I'm going to be making fun of it. And if you're not making Hornbuckle shirts, you're dumb, Haley.
Melt bar.
Get Hornbuckle shirts going stat. I'm buying Hornbuckle. You seem to be somewhat of a capitalist.
This show Chad did, he pretty much like copied every take I had in my Tuesday show. It was insane. He copied the thumbnail.
Bitch. I don't know. It's just not a good look, Haley. You didn't.
I mean, it's a miracle these losers all find each other. It literally is a miracle. You got child pornographers. You got guys who do coke with their kids. You got hunchbacks. Now we have a heroin lady, heroin Haley, and they all went to Hackmania. They all went to Hackmania. because Melton is their daddy, my friend Patrick Melton. But I guess they don't last. Dr. Steve doesn't talk to Melton anymore. Melton doesn't talk to Heroin Haley. So I don't know. I thought they were all tighter. Dr. Steve thought he had me. How about if I talk about our private conversation? Go ahead. You won't go to jail for being friends with me. You might go to jail. That's still a pending case. He might go to jail for writing a doctor's note for a hunchback. Probably not, but he might. Well, I thought he was tighter with that. That's a hackmania. Let him a false doctor's note. So his mouth back was never hurt. Is all at work. But I hope his back is terrible. I hope it got bad again from doing 10 hours. I'm doing 10 hours today to stick it to everybody.
You did not handle it well. You just didn't, man. I'm sorry. And the Dabble Dashboard scoreboard, bitch.
And again, I'm sure Pat Dixon told her, when Brandon Snipes should put up those pictures that I used to stick it to Brandon. And again, Pat Dixon he'll never know anything but losing. That's a fact. That's a fact.
You seem to like money, judging by your 7-hour stream, and then tweeting at Kevin, the Dabble Dashboard scoreboard, bitch.
And then I won anyway. I beat Libby on his birthday, on her biggest day of her life in a Dalverse. She got cornfuckled herself.
I don't know. It's just not a good look, Haley. You did not handle it well. You just didn't, man. I'm sorry. I call it like I see it. Do I wish you ill will? No. I hope everything's going well. But you are drifting. You were deflecting. You were sending it over to Aaron.
Is there a way to crash his green screen so we can see the shithole he's living in? He ain't living with his wife or the kids. That's just a fact. This guy also gets SSI, right? Right.
You killed yourself. I mean, you lost credibility with your audience. That's a fact.
My boyfriend does 10 hours of awful karaoke. He needs to stick to the M-Hold strategy. 3 songs and pass out. Hi, hot dog.
And you milked it. You got caught up in Kevin Brennan's bullshit. And
I like Carl. I say the last couple days I've been like, what? Remember Carl said I don't have a good time when I'm doing shows? Carl's like, yeah, Brennan's got to enjoy it. As he's still waiting to hear about his court case. Okay, this guy, Melton and Steel Toe and Dr. Steve and yes. Dr. Steve's like, did I even write a note? Was I even at Hackmania? I think you was.
so when you cover people now with Pat Dixon, it's a bad look. Just saying.
We got more viewers. Hit the like button.
You had an opportunity to gain.
I beat Pat on his birthday and Hornfuckle on her greatest day. I beat her too. She streamed for 10 hours. I did 20.
Up in Kevin Brennan's bullshit, and he threw you off. And again, you're going back from.
But you know what it is? You know what I realized what I did? Because I don't give a fuck. I really don't give a fuck. I already made the money. So I was watching some poker the other night, and it's like, I'm the big stack. She's got her little stack, and I thought she was going to go up the big stack. So again, when I was watching her show on Wednesday, she could have made $1 million in super tips. I'm like, let's go. Let's go. I had 9-5 off, and I'm like, let's go. She went all in. I said, let's go all in. And she cornfuckled herself. On her biggest day ever, I made more than her. On Bob's biggest day ever, I made more than him.
Oh, so today he's talking about how much money he makes and how much money other people make?
Oh.
Cornfuckled. Oh, no. What was that, the 13th? I think it was the 14th. No, it's the 12th. There you go. Wait, today's 14th. Oh, it's the 12th. Her biggest day ever. And that's Bob's birthday, too, right? The 12th?
Get well, soon. We want you to get well. Get well, soon. We want you to get well.
Look at August 12th, her biggest day ever. And I still beat her. Let's go. Let's go. And what a Bob make? Bob's biggest day ever. Isn't Bob's birthday the 12th? Bob made half of what I made on his birthday. Is that his birthday? August 12th, Bob's biggest day, Bob's birthday, on his birthday and on Cornfuckle's biggest day ever. I beat them both. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Freudian slip.
I'm going to challenge you, Matthew. You're going to pick the best movie of your career. So first up, we've got Dazed and Confused versus Lincoln Lawyer.
I mean, look, Dazed is my first.
Magic Mike versus Mud.
Mud is one of my favorite films.
Wolf of Wall Street versus How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days.
Oh, geez. How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days is the gift that keeps on giving. It still pays the best mailbox money. Any film on the screen.
Residuals, the whole for like Interstellar, Dallas Buyers Club.
These are great problems to have, aren't they? Look, Dallas Buyers Club, I win the Oscar for Best Actor for, and I got that trophy. I got to shake hands with that. To the late Jean-Marc Bellion. Thank you.
This only gets harder now, because now it's Dazed and Confused versus Mud.
Dazed and Confused versus Mud. Look, dude, I'm going to go back to the original. Okay. I still, to this day, go back to what I learned and how I was treated.
How to Lose versus Dallas Buyers Club.
Oh, gee, Dallas Buyers Club.
And then finally, it's Dazed versus Dallas Buyers Club.
Wow. Look, I'm going to go back. Look, I mean, I'd like to say Dallas Buyers Club, but I got to say, again, just go back to the source. Everyone's got a different story about how they got in Hollywood. I walked in the right bar at the right time, introduced myself to the right guy, Don Phillips. Got kicked out of Sunset Bar, got introduced to Richard Linklater at Redford Bar, got it, and then got invited back every single night for weeks to where I had a role that got me meetings. Didn't give me offers, got me meetings. It's like, well, here's some things going on out there. We're going to get you to read. And first to read that
Was on the side.
and snap. Those got me.
I'm going to challenge you, Matthew. You're going to pick.
What substances cause the worst withdrawals?
It depends on what you mean by worst. So, historically, alcohol withdrawal can be the most dangerous. It's life-threatening, and that's why it should really be done in a detox residential monitored setting. I have a background and have struggled with opiates in the past, and when I think of worst, I feel like, to me, that means the hardest to get through. Physically, the pain and the mental anxiety that comes with it, and any long-acting opiate will have a very uncomfortable detox and also long-lasting.
What substances
There's literally zero comedic bone in her body. Like, she's a snooze fest. And I would say that to her face. I go, you're just not a funny person. I mean it. I call it like I see it.
I know. I said you guys talk for hours. I was being sarcastic. They're idiots.
Because he thinks he's funny. He tries to be funny, but he's not funny. I'm just saying, man, I'm calling it like it is. I don't know. I know you're in with Carl and those guys and Moody and
all the winners.
Melton, they sent for you and
all the winners.
Gang, and maybe that'll protect you for a little while.
Dr. Steve, stop texting me. Contact your boy, your client, your patient. You're what a doctor's know for. You guys are patient-client privilege. But again, we all know you were at the doctor's note. So don't text me.
Bye bye, everybody.
I'll go to court. I'll say he texted me, and I'll play the clip of you talking to him. You talking to me about Melton. Well, we know you wrote him a doctor's note. It doesn't matter what Melton said. It was presented to the court that you wrote a doctor's note. So it doesn't matter what Melton said. The court already has the documentation. So you're in, as they used to say on, isn't it funny how Pat Dixon literally ended up like Bill Schultz? All the losers that used to work at Compound Media, Gino Visconti, Pat Dixon, Bill Schultz. They told Shane Gillis to take a walk. But all you other losers who literally don't have a pot to piss in, Dr. Steve, stop harassing me.
Oh, maybe also have the Onion Army, but
I got a text from Dr. Steve. You have early onset dementia. You need to get care immediately. You don't have much time. Okay, sure, ball washer.
ESP.
credibility. And again, I don't hate you. I don't. This isn't personal.
Not with this $2 stuff, Jacob Shag, you fucker. Thank you.
In fact, there's a poll. We put up a
there's a poll.
Exhibit A, you're an asshole from Laverne Mystic. You want Dr. Steve to lose your number. A kind, knowledgeable, caring doctor on account of who he associates with. Papa Dan says Chad dresses like a really tall toddler. Really cool bird.
It's a lot. What's insurance? What's insurance again? Oh, that's what grown-ups get, Mark. Oh, I'm not ready for that. Insurance.
You think KB would have insurance if he wasn't married?
Wanna sit at the big boy table?
Nice threat, Peter Sky Parker. Too bad we know how unbearable MLC is without me and the voice tip. So, you're not going anywhere, you fucking piece of shit.
Aaron lies too. Melton's a liar. Carl lies. I mean, they all lie. We all lie. It's all bullshit. So when somebody says one guy's a liar, they're all lying. Every single.
Even Dr. Steve. Even Dr. Steve's a liar now. Dr. Steve's like, I don't even know. What did Melton say? The courts said they got a doctor's note from Dr. Steve regarding Melton's hunchback. And I just want to know,
you gotta have some kind of leverage. You're gonna make threats, Peter Sky Parker. It's not very powerful to be like, I'm gonna go watch Kevin. It's like, okay, go.
Little one of them.
You need a snack? Should we help you pack?
Rocco does.
Rocco's going live tonight. Rocco's going live tonight.
His chat, his impression of me, that tired and hack impression, it's tired, Rocco. It's done. You beat it to the ground. You remember you said you want to do little KB because you didn't want to wear it out?
Oh, man, I'm having fun. Carl, is Carl watching? Is Carl watching? Because I'm having fun. Carl, should I go to court? Is that where all the fun is? At court? Say that Melton lied to the court saying he didn't have a hunchback and it wasn't hurt. Or he's hurt. And if he's hurt, why would he do a 10-hour show? Literally covering nonsense. Again, I'm a member, so it's members only, so I could keep abreast of what was happening. But not anymore. Melton deleted it because it was really top-notch Melton. Just a hunchback loser watching other losers.
That's his words. You wore out the chat impression.
He thinks me making a show members only is deleting it. Meanwhile, he deletes every show. I mean, what's wrong with him?
People are upset that I can't just go with Rocco on Friday, the debate show. Yeah, I got a message. I was at the Tampa Funny Bone that Cardiff was going to snipe it. And I was just like, nah, I just won't do it. I'm tired of these cheap snipes for money. Like, go do a show.
Kevin's dad, Teeth, does he think he's scaring you by talking about Dr. Steve?
Yeah, that's why he was watching Red Bar. He thinks he thinks I'm scared of all this stuff for some. Again, I have no clue why. And he thinks if he watches it, I'll run away embarrassed because that's what he does. You know, every time we go ooga booga, he shuts it off. These guys are retarded.
Jessica was like, "You got to do it." I'm like, "No, but I don't. I'm not into the sniping. I woke up when Adam Vinegar struck my channel 3 times and said it was stealing. I said, "Okay, I get it. I'm not going to do it anymore." So, yeah, I just canceled it. Who cares? And Flat Cat Jessica was like, "You got to do it." I'm like, "No, I don't have to. I don't have to do it." Would it have been a huge payday? Of course. But that just goes to show you, I don't need to do it. I don't need to do shows. Am I doing a show today? Yeah, I'm doing it because a lot of people were asking. I said, "Sure, okay, I'll do a show." So make it work if I want. But I don't need to do it. I just want to remind everyone, Dixon needs to do shows. He needs to do this. I don't. Carl needs to do
this. That's a good point from Labyrinth Mystic. Go call someone else who won't answer, KB. Look what happens when you do answer. Dr. Steve answered. Look what he's getting. I wonder why no one answers when Kevin calls.
Doesn't he suffer enough?
Happen or not. Maybe I'm
Happy Airborne Day. Play Misfits where Eagles dare, please. Now we won't be doing any of that, Mr. P. So, when did Kevin become unfunny? It's a couple of years now. He's still funny every once in a while.
He just like I said, hitting like and subscribe.
Dr. Steve, come clean. The court already knows you're at a doctor's now for Melton. Were you allowed to? I don't know. I'm not a lawyer or a doctor.
Call me a doctor.
The court knows you're at a doctor's out for a guy who really wasn't.
No, Kevin doesn't do clips, remember? Dorkbert?
Just now, so he wanted to go to court that following Monday or Tuesday? I guess we'll find out. It's still pending.
Fun to do. I don't know what's fun about it. What's fun? That was it's not fun at all. I don't know if that happened or not. Maybe I'm putting words in his mouth. I don't know. Hit like and subscribe while you're here. Why not? It's fun to do. It's not fun. It's not fun at all. I'm lying. See, I lied. I just lied to you. I said hitting like and subscribe is fun to do. I don't know what's fun about it. What's fun? That was a blatant lie. I just lied to my audience. I'm hornbuckle. I just hornbuckled you. By the way, that's the new saying. You just got hornbuckled when you lied. And again, if you don't think it's funny watching Aaron take these victory laps, you're wrong. It's funny. He really thinks he won. He thinks he won because Haley lied and came off looking bad. This was a win for the toe. This was a huge win for the toe. I don't care.
Dr. Steve, you never wrote me a doctor's note. I never asked you to write me a doctor's note. I'm not your patient. You never wrote me a doctor's note. You never wrote me a doctor's note. You did write Mountain a doctor's note, according to the Minnesota court. But again, I don't know. We'll find out. It's still pending.
Oh my God. If hornbuckle could hornbuckle heroin, how much heroin could a hornbuckle? See, that's the tongue twister I've always wanted to get answered. Man, I'm telling you what, Haley, and I mean this from a decent place. Not Chrissy Mayer. She did Chrissy Mayer enough, though. Lost credibility. Probably lost a lot of audience members. Like, you stepped into this area of the internet, which I call the darkest, grossest piece of shit corner of the internet.
That shows you how sensitive Chad is. Chad thinks this is the darkest corner of the internet, the Dabbleverse. The YouTube-approved Dabbleverse is the darkest, meanest corner of the internet to Chad. This guy's retarded.
I wanted to be a part of it.
Yeah, Mountain's clever, so you always say, "You're okay? Are you okay?" That's his comeback on Twitter. Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay, Mountain? Are you okay, Mountain? You have a hunchback, and Dr. Steve might be in jail. I texted Dr. Steve, text Mountain to see if he's okay. He's your patient. And he said, same as you're my patient then. Again, but you don't write a doctor's note for me. So I'm not really your patient. write a doctor's note for Melton. And we'll see how it turns out. We'll see if that was not a good decision for you. We'll find out. I'll be here. I'll be here watching.
A lot of people are saying you shouldn't have done it knowing your past. Kevin thinks there's some kind of investigation into Dr. Steve going on? What's wrong with these guys?
Warren Buckle.
He thinks Dr. Steve's up for investigation.
My thing is, you should not have done what.
Guess we'll see when the judge rules on the Dr. Steve kick.
The stuff you've done. I don't care about it.
I don't care either.
My thing is, you should not have done what you did knowing your maiden name was Hornbuckle. That is the most embarrassing thing out of all of this. Hornbuckle. You shouldn't be.
No offense, Punch Happy. You sound poor.
Hornbuckle. What's worse, Hornbuckle or He-Burger? They're both pretty bad.
That's Carl's real name? I thought that was a mockumentary name. I thought that was like a made-up name, like Clearwater Chad. Keyburger's his name? And he's got 2 called feet and a mom wife.
Hornbuckle and He-Burger. Sounds like a law firm that Haley's going to use.
Hornbuckle.
Oh, moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to say, yesterday, the great Steve Simone, my buddy, organized a little lunch with a bunch of comics because the St. Petersburg Joke World Festival is going on, and we all met up, and myself, Sam Tripoli, Johnny B from The Bone. Johnny B's a good dude, and Matt Agar. And we all met up for lunch at Mazzaro's in St. Petersburg, little Italian, awesome food, amazing. And it was a great hang. We had a good time, and then we went over to the Joke World Festival. And I'm going to tell you a little something about the Z-Man, everybody. Because I'm in a world of losers and nerds. So you don't get the right, you don't know who I am amongst comedians. I show up to this Joke World Festival at the Coastal Creative.
I would put one of these in my house.
And immediately, red carpet rolled out for the Z-Man. Immediately. Everyone knew who I was. And immediately get asked to do shows. I didn't audition for the festival. I didn't submit.
I didn't even think it was a dial tone. It's just a phone not even plugged into the wall.
It was great. Thank you to Joe World Festival and all the staff that put me up. It was great. And got to hang out with my good buddy Sam Tripoli, Alex Burton, the guy who does my website. He's a moderator in the chat. He came and hung out. He was hanging out with us. It was a good hang. Ran into Mike Cannon. We talked rad, of course. Ran into our good buddy Joe DeRosa. I haven't seen Joe DeRosa in a while. He has some funny stuff to say about Brian P. McCarthy. I met a lot of the Kill Tony people. The Casey Rocket fella. That laser guy, he's funny. It was fun. It was good hang. We hung out all day and just shot the shit. And it's a good little festival. We had a great time, and it was fun. Anyways, who was I talking to about Gino? Gino's name came up in conversation. I don't remember, but I swear to God, this person said, "Is he still doing comedy?" And he lives.
I forgot to tell you guys that I went last week and saw The Wizard of Oz in the Sphere with the 10-man. He was cool. The Lion was dope. Talked to him for a little bit. Scarecrow. And you were there.
Jaw. Mr. Studio Apartment, who broke your jaw, and now you're going on screen, and your wife is going on screen with him. That's just a bad look. You can say whatever you want about me, Gino, but I'm not a bitch. I see Pat Dixon as a bitch. I don't with Pat Dixon. I don't do streams with Pat Dixon. But you're like, I need money, so I'll go. I guess I'll send my wife on with Pat Dixon to Husey show. I mean, that's what it is, Gino. This label.
Doesn't even make sense because usually don't even pay them. But again, all these people know how to do is lose. That's all they know how to do loose. All of them. Even the other day, Clubfoot Carl and Melton were like, "Hey, I don't even. Let's make it about steel toe, even though everyone wants to talk about Hornfuckle." And then the Hunchback and the hard-footed guy.
Can you believe we had the nerve to make this little piggy about steel toe? Holy shit. This guy probably put on Family Matters last night and was mad that Urkel wasn't talking about Haley.
That's the same reason he would show up to Atlantic City. Be like, "Hey, I want to hobnob with some high rollers, and maybe we'll start watching my show." So of course he's got to read the Super.
Punish AF has made it clear we don't have any high rollers that watch his show, except DK.
What do you guys think? Well, he doesn't even talk to Haley. You guys got to know, he doesn't even talk to Haley. He doesn't even know what Haley.
I think these people really think like we all sit around and chat all day. They're the ones who constantly scream about having a life, but they're the ones who are caught up with everything. Like, believe it or not, I wasn't. I am a little busy.
I talk to everybody.
Moody and I don't talk every day. Like, this guy's insane.
A good one from Cheddar. One of the fights, early fights, not the main fight, but one of the early fights. It was like it ended in like 30 seconds. He's a thin black kid, looked like a young Dave Chappelle, Star Search Dave Chappelle. Anyway,
tell some fucking jokes. Do something.
Start talking. And the guy's like, first of all, I want to thank my Lord Savior Jesus Christ. And I was like, come on, man. So I said to Cheddar, I go, Jesus never fought anybody. And Cheddar goes, didn't he fight the Jews?
We're going to start a new snipe show called The Get Along Gang. And anybody who wants to come on can come on, just chill and hang out. The one rule is, like, everybody has to get along.
Cornfuckle.
You just watch Kevin lose his mind every day.
But you're like, I need money, so I'm not a bitch. I see Pat Dixon's a bitch. I don't with Pat Dixon. I don't do stream.
Mel don't even talk to Pat Dixon. Pat Dixon don't talk to anyone either. They're all like, what? We don't even have anybody's number. What?
Who's a Pat Dixon?
Okay, they all have the same grifting approach. Even Dr. Steve. Hey, Flimpsy, you should put up Dr. Steve's numbers. He's officially part of the Dabbleverse. He has the same MO. I don't even talk to Melton anymore. He's your patient.
But you're like, I need money, so I'll go. I guess I'll send my wife on with Pat Dixon to Husey show. I mean, that's what it is, Gino. This label, Haley, is proof that real mud sharks are new. Good did. And I'm not getting personal.
No, you don't have to bring a broom. We hand them out. It's like bobblehead day.
I hope her kids are taken care of. I hope she's a good.
Taken care of. Taken care of like Nick Ricotta's kids are taken care of.
We don't want to take the chance that nobody has, like, somebody forgets theirs.
I know Nick Ricotta does. I know Bob Levy does. I know the Pedophile Network guy does. And Dr. Steve's setting up a GoFundMe for a child pornographer. It's not a good look for a doctor. It's not a good look for a doctor to set up a GoFundMe for a child pornographer network. Not a good look. For anybody, especially a doctor.
She came off looking really bad. She just did. Listen, if she would have killed it, I would have called. I would say, good for you, Haley. I even said, I'm going to give her the benefit of the doubt. I get it. That sucks. That sucks when shit from your past is like thrown in your face. I understand. And I also know there's more context. I know there's more to the story, but she did not do a good job convincing me otherwise. And I've had a few days to see clippers and clips basically prove she's a liar. She lied.
Doesn't matter really exactly what or how she lied, but she's a loser. We know that. She was at Hackmania. She signs with Pat Dixon. She gets advice from...
Everybody's like, yeah, I feel so bad for Dr. Steve losing his medical license from Melton. Y'all know nothing happened, right? Like, nobody broke any rules. That was just like Aaron losing his mind again over nothing, hoping, like when Gino broke into Compound Media and Aaron looked up the charges and was singing karaoke about Gino going to prison. This is the Cash Patel FBI investigation all over again. You guys know this is not real, right? No one broke any rules. No one did anything wrong. That's why I haven't even talked about it. Like, I thought it was clear these guys are retarded. Just wishing and hoping something bad happens to people they don't like. You know that, right?
Handed her ass. And you can say, oh, Aaron goes after women. That's what he does. Yeah, he's a piece of shit. But much like I did to Aaron came after me hard. Hard, him in April. And I said his bitch wife running off the internet. His words. I ran his bitch off the internet. But that's what Aaron did the same shit with me. And now it's happened. He's doing it to Haley. Do you think Melton could beat up that Haley lady? No, I don't. I like to think that Melton could beat her up, but I saw what Haley did to Hulk Hogan in WrestleMania 2. But no, Melton's
Doctor seems like doing a million things. Like he's transitioning a practice, and he quit his show like last Hackamania and was trying to start new podcasts. I don't know what he's doing, but like he's not in trouble. He didn't do anything. These guys are all, he's under investigation. What are you talking about?
Hey, he likes song. He's a song and dance. When he was in his little improv group, he joined an improv group.
Maybe it's like when Stuttering John was trying to like go after him, and he just kind of like laid low for a while. I don't know. Like he doesn't like it when everybody's attacking him for nothing. I'm sure. He is like the nicest, sweetest guy. He keeps trying to help Chad over and over. He's kind of naive.
They did act outs. It was great. He likes song. He's a song and dance.
Chad liked act out, but then he's mad at Mel for doing an act out. Chad said everybody's act should be act out. More act outs. That's why his favorite comic is Sebastian Maniscalco.
Guy. No, he was never like an athlete. Oh my goodness. Patrick Melton. Oh my God, what people say about you. Oh my goodness, what real comedians say about you.
I haven't forgotten about burning that mouse, Clifford. Or it wasn't Clifford, it was Connor. Just so you know, that mouse will burn. We're gonna do it at the new house in the fire pit.
But him walking out, so can't really do a lot of act outs with a hunchback.
He has a weird energy. These are quotes. It's so fucking funny. I'll just say some quotes. He has a weird energy. These are quotes. Oh, it makes all the sense in the world that he went Red Bar because he was a terrible comedian. When I saw Melton in the Dabbleverse, I was like, oh shit, he found a new comedian.
All right, we're going to cut this off.
Over and lie to. Just some quotes from the weekend.
Give us names.
I'll leave it at that. She did a lunch show like always, you simpleton. No, she did 7 hours. She never does 7 hours. She grifted her audience.
She did 2 shows.
Period. I'm sorry. She did. And she immediately went.
So, from what I'm gathering, Kevin speaks to all of his guests, especially Panhandler. Felicia probably sent him the Haley link from Kiwi Farms. He's mad because he just can't escape Planet of the Apes.
But I'm also going to say this. It's not staying that way. Enjoy that $2 grand you made. Because there's no place like that. The reality's going to set in real quick. Trust me, I've been through all of it, man. I've been through all of it in the shitverse. I've seen it all. Regardless of what you think of me, I've been through it. I'm a seasoned vet. I know how this goes. It fluctuates. I know all the tricks. I know what everyone does. And I'm telling you right now, I'm the guy who keeps it the most real. I do. I'm not going on Husey shows. I'm not partnering up with people like Pat Dixon.
I was never in band. Stop these rumors.
MLC, not.
I'll take a lot of shit, muttering, Jay.
Oh, Mike is not compatible with the roadcaster. You know that.
I think just blessed us.
So somebody was teasing Chad that his mic's not compatible with the roadcaster, and he was like holding it up like it's connected to the roadcaster, but that's like a different old mic. The new one's still in the box because he's the kind of guy who won't even send it back and admit he bought the wrong thing. That thing will just rot on the floor.
They're boys. They're just boys. I'm a boy, I'm a boy, I'm a boy. Oh, look who's here, Dan Horney. He's the only guy left supporting the pedophile network. It's all up to Dan Horney now. They only make money if Dan Horney shows up. Is Dan Horney here? Is Dan Horney here? Is Dan Horney here? Dan Horney gifted us 1,000 memberships.
Soon the whole show will just be in a baby voice.
Child pornographers. I don't think that's good. Dr. Steve does too then, so I don't know. I don't know what to think. I think it's a bad look.
We have 200 viewers more than Kevin Brennan. Hit the like button.
Went on a show, there was like 400 people in the chat, and they were all shitting on me.
Hi, Electric. How's your day going? All right.
I went to a funeral today, so it's been a rough day, but is it really your birthday?
It was yesterday, but I was like a week ago.
You have the same birthday as my son.
Huh? Really?
Yeah.
A week ago when I was setting this up, I put a poll up to be like, what day do you guys want to hang out on? And they all picked Saturday, so I did both days, but...
I didn't know that. Well, happy birthday.
Well, thank you. And yeah, I'm sorry to hear that about the funeral and all that. I know I messaged you earlier. You told me about that. So do you want to get into all this stuff, or do you just want to keep it like we can talk about the real shit?
I think we had a misunderstanding, and I think if we just rehash it all, it's not gonna go well. So I think we should just move forward from here and like shake hands, be like, all right, the past is the past. I mean, if you want to ask me any questions or if you want to discuss something, I'm down, but you know what I mean? I think you've had a bit to drink too, and I don't want to argue.
No, it wouldn't be an argument or anything.
speculating, but I honestly kind of agree with you where it's like I think we both said what needed to be said on the topic for the most part. There's some discrepancies that we both sit here in minutia that we would argue about, but there's really no point in getting into that.
No, there really isn't, and it never works out. I don't know. I don't even know what to say. I'm sorry that we were fighting. I don't want to fight with you. How's that? I mean that.
And I get it. And like I've said it from the beginning. Even regardless of anything I've said, and even as mad as I got that one night when we did hash it out on the Transverse Network, it never came from a place of hate. It came from a place of I was sort of taken back when you said that about me on Stealth Show, and I know like we never really talked about that. I think you misunderstood what I was saying there. I think you overreacted, and then I overreacted back, and it escalated from there. And we kept one-upping each other, and
and sometimes I say things as a joke, and I don't mean it to be hurtful, and it came out as hurtful too, obviously, and I apologize for that.
I think you were upset. I think you were more upset than you're leading on now. I think you were upset because you called me well. I think you misunderstood what I was saying, and I think you got upset. But I'll give you the benefit of the doubt because, like I said, it's just us arguing about bullshit like that, where it's like nothing can be proven either way. So there's no point sitting here and hashing out. But yeah, at the end of the day, it's so silly. And
are we gonna do a sing off and just call it a wash or what?
That was one thing I was mad about, you fucker, because like all you had to do was reach out and be like, hey, let's, because that was one thing I was going to do with you until things got a little heated than they were, or as they were. But that was one thing, like I said, I was going to reach out to you to fucking settle the rap battle dispute that we had.
Wait, what rap battle dispute?
When we were arguing, you went, okay, go do lose yourself then, fucker.
Oh, that's right, and you fucked it up.
Yep.
Should we both do lose yourself then? I mean,
I'm gonna be nice right now.
We can do that. I'm just joking with you, Bacon.
I know.
Come on, people. I think people don't get my sense of humor too. My sense of humor is very dry, and it's like negging, or I guess that's the word people use nowadays. It's like I'm gonna poke you a little bit and see how you react, and it's a joke though.
Well, and
I mean, it comes off as bitchy. I get it. I'm not a bitch though.
And I can't sit here and be fake, so I gotta ask a couple questions, not regarding our bullshit, but I do gotta ask a couple questions. And we could do a sing off and have fun or whatever you want to do, but like sometimes you, like the other day, okay, when you had the thing with on the Husey show and everything that happened. The next day, you put out a song about Dude, and all of us collectively went, "Holy fuck! What the fuck is she doing?" So I gotta ask, like, at times, like, it's just I don't understand. You know what I mean? And like, I think a lot of us have reached out to you and been like, just don't do that. You know what I mean?
I probably should take people's advice, but when I get pushed, I push back.
And I understand because like when the first thing happened with Doom, when you left the first time,
I took a break.
Yeah, I took a break. Sorry.
And Doom declared victory.
Around that time, I was feeling the same way, and we talked about that in our off-air conversations. But like, I was feeling the same way at that time, where I was like, "Holy shit!" I was feeling attacked, and so like I get it, but at the same time, I didn't. When I was up against the wall, going, "Holy shit! Don't do this!" Go, "Fuck you, Doom," and double and triple down. You know what I mean?
I'm not scared of Doom. Doom put out an almost 2-hour documentary about people hating on me. What do I have to be scared of? He's done his worst. He can do anything. Like what is he gonna do next? I mean, great. I mean, it's not breaking me. It's not gonna break me. So I'm not scared of Doom.
And you shouldn't. I don't mean it like as
a lot of people
thing.
are. A lot of people are.
And there probably are some. Like I don't mean it as a fear thing. What I more mean is like, and I'm not. See, I don't want to be mean because I want to just keep it a normal conversation. But there were times where you almost were like, let's say the Arkansas show, okay, without getting too much into it, you sort of were like, oh my god, they were attacking me and blah blah blah, but you sort of poked the bear a couple days before that to multiple people, and then do you know understand what I'm saying without being a dickhead? Like I'm trying to be.
I do get it, and when I get backed into a corner,
Yeah.
I say things that I don't mean, and I mess up and I fuck up, and I'm learning that I need to just like what's the word I'm looking for? Dissolve the situation, de-escalate. That's the word. I need to de-escalate the situation. Say something funny or disarming to stop that from happening because I don't know how to fight. I don't.
And it's unnatural. Even Blind Mike said that the other day when they were watching the clip of you fighting with Lemmy, where it's like that's not the person that you are. You can tell it's not natural to you.
I know.
And like that's why like none of this ever came from a place of hate from me, and I think a lot of other people who commented on you recently, and that's why I was sort of taken back because it's like of all the people who have said things, I felt like I was sort of one of the nicest and the fairest. So when you got upset with me, it was like I kind of got offended by it. And I think that's kind of the same thing that happened with Mike on the Dabble vs. Live thing the other day, where he was taken back by that. And do you want to clarify anything by that?
Taken back by what?
Well, the way Mike, that's why I want to give you a chance to clarify that too. Blind Mike on Dabble vs. Live the other day, I don't know if you saw it, he sort of alluded to you messaging him before the show, and the way he made it sound was that you were threatening self-harm almost, if he talked about you.
He did make it sound like that, and that was not the case.
And that's why I wanted to give you a chance to clarify.
Write down a number between 1 and 100. And if I guess it, you have to give me a blumpkin. No questions asked, or else we're broken.
It's none of my business. It's their problem. I mean, my mistakes are my mistakes. I will accept those, and I've made them. But for them to go on about it for a month, that's their issue. But so I don't watch that shit. And I had just found out that Doom made that hour and 45-minute clip about me, and I watched like 2 minutes of it, and that was a mistake. I was upset. And then Tom Myers had messaged me and invited me on, or asked for my email to go on MLC.
Okay.
And I've already received the MLC link a couple times, and I've said no, I'm not.
That was a good idea to not go on there. I'm glad you did not do that. I will say that.
Right. And so I was like, I said, it's funny. I said, Tom, if you wanted my email, you should have just asked. You didn't have to pretend that you know Kevin Brennan. Come on, that's ridiculous. That's what I told him back. And I think he was like, holy shit, what? And I'm like, just kidding. Of course. And so yeah, I'm not ready. I don't think I'm ready to go on Kevin Brennan. That's for sure.
Yeah. I've always.
What's up, everybody? We are in Columbus, Ohio, outside the Thurman Cafe. It's freezing cold out, so we'll do a half-car intro. So the famous Thurman Cafe. So it's funny. So I was not planning to come here. I knew about this place for years ago, but I just didn't think of it. But I've been at the Arnold Classic, which is a great big bodybuilding convention. I think we have met, like, literally something like 84 people just today alone. It's been crazy. So many fans of the channel there, so huge thanks to everybody. And thank you for coming saying hello. And everybody's been asking me, did you go to the Thurman Cafe? So that, we're going to do it. I'm fitting it in. It's very late on Saturday, so hopefully we'll be able to get some, I mean, the kitchen is still open according to online, so hopefully we'll make it work. Hopefully it's not be too loud. It looks like there's, I don't know, like pinball and bar and whatever. It's like a bar, a burger bar, despite it being called a cafe. So this is the Thurmanators. This is a burger challenge, which is featured on the original Man vs. Food series with Adam Richman. So that's what we're going to do. So it's a big stack burger, a bunch of mushrooms, onions, cheese, bacon. I think there's ham, vegetables. They're known for their Thurmanator or Thurman burgers, which are 3/4 patties. So there's multiple it's 3/4 pound patties, so 12 ounces, multiple 12-ounce patties on the steak. It is a pay-for-play, so I think it's about $28, about $30, we'll say. But hey, it was famous on Man vs. Food. Let's go check this out, see what Adam Richman got himself into. So it should be fun. Hopefully we can do it. And that's it. Columbus, Ohio. The biggest burger in Columbus. Most definitely famous burger in Columbus, probably in all of Ohio. So huge thanks to Adam Richman, Man vs. Food. So that, guys, it's been fun. Eat the food. I love your burger. That was sweet. Hi, everybody. So here I am with the burger. It's definitely actually very sizable. These are massive patties. I was at the Arnold class today, so I absolutely lost my voice. We're using the lapel mic, not my favorite. There's some real loud music in here. Man, let's just say limited accommodation today. It's been a rough start, let's put it that way. We did wait about an hour and a half with seating and food. It's been a long time. I'm very hungry. I'm definitely ready to eat. And like I said, we're off to a little bit of a rough start, but I will judge all the food and all the burgers very objectively. So, guys, I did go with a side salad instead of the French fries. Standard is the French fries, while the side salad did cost me $3 more. Then the burger, like we said, we have, well, pretty much everything. And I will quote two right off the menu. Let us see. The Thurmanator, so bun, mayo, lettuce, tomato, pickle, banana peppers, 12-ounce burger, cheddar, bacon, another 12-ounce burger, mushrooms, grilled onions, ham, mozzarella, American cheese, top bun, serve with hand-cut fries, and go pick spirit. So we got the pick spirit. I did go with the salad instead, and I did opt for no cheese on it, just personal preference. Real interesting. I guess they actually invented this burger specifically for the Arnold, the event, the big Arnold event in Columbus, because they said, look, I think bodybuilders want a bigger burger. So there we go. I did ask for medium, so we'll see what that is like. That is the recommendation. Well, the recommendation or the standard is medium. Well, the guy said medium is better. And the story, interestingly, this place was founded in 1942 by Macedonian immigrants, and basically their son and wife ran through the 50s and the 80s, and the third generation actually continues today. So this restaurant's been around for like almost 80 years, which is pretty impressive. So yeah, they've won Best Burger by all major publications in Columbus, and they've won, been on many food channels and their TV shows. So, and let's just say, because of that, they don't care at all about you or your customer service. I'm just kidding. Maybe it's a little extreme. And some of the staff are great. Some of them, and then the best. I'm definitely hungry, so let's eat. They did have this house-made Macedonian dressing for the salad I got. It's got some hot sauce on the table. Got some Chris salad, you love some of that. Got some mustard, some ketchup, got an extra plate for some sauce. So let's start the Thurmanator, guys. So big burger in a very loud restaurant going down in just a minute. Actually, you know what? Maybe throw some veggies for the kids. I will do that. I need to grab myself a pair of gloves. I will hop on here some of this lettuce. Gotta set an example for all the children. So I'm gonna try their dressing first. It's Macedonian dressing. Apparently it's kind of like tzatziki and Greek mix, I think he said. So, otherwise, guys, that's pretty much it. So here we go. Start the big burger here. And I would say kind of like maybe 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Cheers, let's go. do like that. It's a nice chest. It's a little how do I describe it? It's kind of a sweeter Greek. Not bad. I do like it. And now, from my understanding, this burger was actually one of the few items that Adam Richmond did finish. But when we finish, let me know in the comment down below. Alright. Now, if the veggies are like the kids, now the bonus is that shrimp spinach. And this is a big burger. See that? Look at that. These patties are massive. But look how much ham is on there. That's crazy. I mean, there's no way to have this all in one bite. But, wow, look at all the bacon, too. There's a lot of bacon. But, ooh, and mushrooms. Steaming. That being said, let me try this bite out. And then, maybe I can try the other bite. So, let's see this is. I don't think they actually put ketchup or mustard on here. If they do, it's on the bottom. So, try it out, guys. Here we go. You all right? That is pretty damn tasty. It's very juicy. It's dripping a lot. It's not really like, I don't know, it's full of it. Seasoning wise is very basic. The ham gives a really salty flavor. It's pretty good beef. It's very fatty. Nice pickle. It is a little bit more done than medium, unfortunately. I tried to order medium rare. The guy said medium is better. And this is definitely a little more well done, but it's pretty tasty. Got some mushrooms going there. A little ketchup, a little mustard, a little bacon. It's not bad. Personally, I give it a charbroil burger. And this just kind of like done on a flat top, but it works. Some hot sauce going. I'm interested in trying without all the ham, because the ham is adding a lot of flavor. And a lot of salt. This next bite will be a little more idea of how well seasoned it really is. You know what I'm saying? It is juicy. It tastes good. I'm also starving right now, so maybe it has something to do with that. But it's very lightly seasoned. If it's seasoned at all. I'm not sure. Actually, you know what the flavor of this kind of makes me question? I question if this is actually a 100% beef patty. I wouldn't be surprised if there's pork in this, actually. Oops. Take it down. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if there's maybe a little pork in this, but it's definitely juicy. Actually, you know what? The more I think about it, I bet there is. I think there's pork in this patty. Let me give some other thought. Think about the pork aspect. All right, for the record. We got a little bacon. The bottom here with pickles, tomatoes, onions, lettuce. That was good bite. A little more mustard here going. I think mustard. I have a little sweetener in my mustard. I think mustard in like a little ketchup, some pickles. It's just such a nice addition. And ketchup. I can eat ketchup on a burger. Let me know one sauce you need on a burger. Some people are mayo, some people ketchup, some people maybe it's a burger sauce. Okay, that was pretty yummy. I think honestly, I'm actually pretty sure now. There's definitely pork in the patty. A little hot sauce. Not bad. Not bad. When I put banana peppers on here, a little more of this would be really nice. Because a little acidity is, it's a nice treat. It's a very rich patty. Hot sauce. Calm sauce. Jerky burger. Alright. The bacon with some hot sauce. All the sauces, all the flavors. That's where it's at. seat. What is that, everybody? Where's the shot now? I'm definitely glad that. I got some gloves. Just turned into a big messy downer. I mean, kind of cool. This burger was, excuse me, named for the Arnold, and this we're here on the Arnold weekend. So unintentional, but good timing, meant to be. What is that, everybody? Obviously, there is no time limit, so I definitely plan to take my time a little bit. But I think it was just under maybe 11 and a half, 12 minutes. I gotta say, how was the burger? Well, it was pretty good. It was solid. It's definitely very, very mildly flavored. I definitely think it's a pork and beef patty. Actually, I'm like 100% sure it's pork and beef. So if you like that, this is a different vibe, it's different flavor, different taste. Definitely with the sauces, the seasons, that was a nice kick. I am very glad we had to come do this. I think it's pretty cool, pretty unique. Again, winning Columbus. Like I said, so many people were like, "Have you done the Ferry? Have you been there to the Ferry Cafe?" Because obviously this is such a long-standing, we'll say, establishment. And I think why, if I had to guess, why this has been voted #1 burger in many, we'll say, situations and in many magazines and stuff. I think it's because it's such a they put so much pork in the patty that
I gotta go to court. I think it's gonna be addressed right here.
That's right. I'm wearing the merch of a lesser show right now. Of course, to get that big and bitch, the great and powerful birthday boy.
Got that, and so on. Your brain is consistently trying to protect you. And the crazy part, in normal life, your brain is usually right. But in poker, this instinct becomes a trap. Because in poker, you almost never need to sound your 80% equity. If you only put your money in when you are far ahead, know what? You will lose in the long run. The moment the hand starts, there is already money in the pot. Angles, lines, dead money. Which means the equity we need is usually below 50%. Sometimes way, way below 50%. Think how absurd that sounds. Mathematically, you are often supposed to invest money with less than 50% chance to win. But your brain still screams, no, dangerous, wait for something better, bro. And, and that instinct would be genius, but in the wild. In poker, it becomes a disaster, especially in tournaments, because around 80% of tournaments players lose. And that's not a flaw in the system, bro. That is the system. One person wins, everyone else busts. We sit down in a game where losing is default outcome, and while spending the entire time trying to avoid that.
This Father's Day, think the man great. What is the man great, you ask? Well, it is 100% made in America, cast iron grilling grate. That's what it is. And they're revolutionizing the way people grill. What, Adam? It's true. You haven't heard of the revolution? It has heavy duty grilling grates. Why are you laughing? You think the grilling grates are flimsy? No. No, they're heavy-duty grilling grates. They deliver exactly what you need to achieve when you need to achieve that perfect steakhouse flavor. Why are you laughing? You're making a mockery out of the man grate. You can put chicken on this or steak. That's not that unique. Or veggies, and they will never have tasted so good. Why would you laugh at any of this? No more flare-ups? Yeah. You know, your barbecue has always been flare-ups. No more dry meat. Guaranteed. No more dry meat. It was named one of 2012's best grilling accessories by Men's Health magazine. Why are you even here? Go to mangrate.com and enter the coupon code NORM for their $19.99 Father's Day special. Because Man Grate, you know, Father, Man Grate is the perfect gift for this Father's Day. Is he alive? Yeah. 100% made in America. He is dead.